This is happening. Ugh. I'm always nervous when I look at the screen and my lips look purple because I don't have very good circulation. Um, it's generally a sign that I'm not taking very good care about myself. It might also be that I'm pretty nervous. I'm pretty nervous. I love these streams. It is my favorite part of my week. But I'm going into this with a wee bit of a nervous attitude. Oh wait, I didn't start recording yet. Record! Okay, I am live, right? Yes. Do 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 do. I haven't seen anybody say hi yet. It feels like there's nobody here if there's nobody saying hi. Doop a doop. All right. Hello, Doc Widener. Cool. So I'm not talking to nobody. That helps. Okay. So the reason that I am nervous is so with a lot of these streams, basically before I do the stream and while I'm doing it, you'll probably notice I'm always like, ask me questions. And the reason I want you guys to ask me questions so bad is the primary motivation that I have for doing this channel is I just looking for people who want to hear my thoughts about things, because you might notice I have a lot to say. This brain generates a lot of thoughts, and I can't like talk people's faces off in real life because I'll drive them crazy. So I just wanted a place where I can indulge this Fallout special interest and not annoy people with it and just be heard. The problem is that basically with comments on these videos, one of two things tends to happen. Number one, the people who support me and want to hear what I have to say either will just comment like, great video, I love your thoughts, good job. And I do not want to discourage that. I love those comments. Keep sending me love. It's fantastic. Or they just don't comment at all. And so there's not a lot for me to respond to. Meanwhile, the people who don't like what I have to say or think I'm wrong, or they will get in the comments and argue with me and more often than not misunderstand what I said. And then I get motivated to respond to those people because they're giving me something to go off of, basically. Like, the people who like and support me, they're not asking me questions, so I don't have anything to respond or to flesh out. And the people that end up actually inspiring me to respond or to give a counterpoint are the people who don't trust me, who are being kind of shitty to me. And that makes me go into what I call like a negativity bias black hole, where I end up getting sucked into, and then all of my content, all of my creativity ends up being completely devoted to unburying myself from people who don't like me, and then they end up getting all my attention, and my nervous system gets thrashed and it becomes miserable. So I would be the happiest person in the world if people who liked me cued me with something to say, something to build off of, so that because otherwise it does feel kind of lonely. Like, I think I said in the last stream that like my ideal scenario would be like having a small circle of like 8 people on a similar wavelength where we were all sharing and exchanging and building on each other's ideas, because doing it where I'm either talking to a void that isn't giving me anything back, or arguing with people who are more often than not kind of willfully misunderstanding me, there's not it's lonely. It doesn't have the back and forth vibe. So the reason I'm nervous about this stream is this is the first time I've actually gone in and made a collection of comments that, not all like arguing and willfully misunderstanding me. Basically, they're all things that I want to counterpoint, or the things that I want to counter. And that just, it feels so negative. You know, I'd rather build on ideas and respond to questions of, you know, people who are feeling my vibe, than to just talk from myself by myself or argue with people. I do like arguing with people sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. But it's I'd rather it feel more like we're a team, you know? So now that I got that out of my system, let's look at what chat is saying. Taking a sip out of my Vault 13 canteen, that's right. I wanted to add that to my notes. I think I added it last week and then I forgot, but I'm gonna add it again because I think that'd be really funny to put on the screen. Notes. Continuing chat. Note your content, a positive of the algorithm. Yay! I'm glad that the algorithm served us. I heard a rumor that the ghoul was referring to the courier when he said only one man came out. Do you think the 7 on the power armor refers to new? I think he was undoubtedly referring to House. He said, rigging the game. I mean, it's a fun theory. This week my fingers are too big for the phone. Like the ghoul was hoping for a new iteration of the courier. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum, but that sounds like fandom wishful thinking to me. Oh hey, that person who talks about stuff. I am such a person. So do you think that Thaddeus is turning into a centaur with what happened to him this week? I haven't looked into it yet, but I have heard that there's really specific situations that lead to the creation of a centaur that don't apply to Thaddeus. I think he is turning into a mutant, but probably a new kind of mutant. But if the snake oil salesman is running around selling this stuff to whoever would buy it from him, then there should be more than just Thaddeus of whatever it is he's turning into. Theory, Hank got the nuke from Easy Pete. What? The feral cools are here, that's right. It's good to set your audience expectations. Not all streamers really want input. I guess you could call what I'm asking for input. Sure seems like Centaur, one of those rare things I may have been correct about after seeing the extra mouth in the preseason trailer. I'm always at work during these streams, but I've been waiting with bated breath for every new analysis. We'll make an effort to be more active. Well, thank you. Whenever you can come by, please do. If I really enjoy these streams, and if I can figure out how to make money out of it, then I will do it more. Love being the feral cools now. It's great, isn't it? I did get a screen grab of who it was. It was James Baird 128 is the origin point. So credit to James Baird. Thaddeus is going to be a centaur. We may never know since Snake Oil Salesman has had his mind wiped. Yeah, and apparently it's not reversible. Ooh, that's actually a really interesting point, isn't it? That he's, there are a lot of mysteries about whatever he was doing before. Stupid thing doesn't focus. I didn't think of that. That's going to be really interesting. Oh, so if Thaddeus finds him and he's like, what did you do to me? He's not going to know. I love it. Woo, made it. Super glad I could be here. I'm glad you could be here too, June 3008, who I totally now recognize because I've seen you at streams and you comment a lot. And now when I see your thumbnail, I'm bad at remembering faces and names in real life anyway, so it's going to take me even longer to track people. Shindia, we may never know since... Okay, so Thaddeus is like Harold the Mutant. Yeah, and I've also had the thought that the ghoul might also be an unusual ghoul, the way that Harold was. Your content is quality and clearly not pumped out 8 videos at a time via poor AI interpretation. Yes, damn it. It's my real brain. I do use AI tools sometimes, but I don't make AI slop. And AI is just totally irrelevant to 90% of what I do on this channel. On the centaur topic, I've seen others say he can't be one since it needs multiple people or a person and an animal and an FEV. Yeah, something like that, yeah. However, dog meat did lick his foot. Yeah. Dog meat, there's gonna be something going on with dog meat. There's a very underutilized. There's more to that dog. If it isn't reversible, then why do they still have to have that receiver on the back of their neck? I would assume that the receiver is what makes them receive the new signaling, not the wiping component. So if they removed the receiver, they'd probably just be a blank slate. Assuming Hank is telling the truth about it not being reversible. That's another good point. I don't think that he would lie about that, though. I mean, something else, I mean, this is true about life, but it's also true about Fallout characters, is people with a lot of power on their own turf tend to not lie because they don't have to. House is a great example of that. House omits facts, but he doesn't usually lie. You see characters lying when they're sort of like this is kind of hard to explain. Hank was in a situation where he really felt like he had control over everybody, including Lucy, when he said that. He doesn't really want to mislead Lucy. He wants her to see that his way of doing things is correct. I think the ghoul might be a different type because he was able to fight being feral, which I think shows he's different from most ghouls who turn feral from literally isolation. I have always liked isolation being associated with going feral. But I think that if he could fight going feral from will alone, then he wouldn't have needed the drug. And something that somebody else pointed out to me, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we never actually saw him take the drug. We saw the super mutant put the uranium rock in the big hole in his torso. But as far as we know, it wasn't the drug that time that reduced, that pushed the feralness away. I'm jumping in a little late, I had to feed the critters, but I will do my best to comment more. I always look forward to your videos and your thoughts, so I should stop being such a silent watcher. No, why do I always do that? I'm like, please comment and say stuff more, and then somebody does. And I'm like, no, you don't have to. Yes, I would enjoy, especially if it's something that like I was saying before, questions, something that cues me to have something to say. I don't want to get into that black hole of just responding to people who are mad at me, who don't actually want to hear my counterpoint. Also, my shirt is sick. It is sick, isn't it? The ghoul. I have an intense amount of Fallout shirts, and I've been switching them up every stream. Lucy did see her dad drown a man right in front of her in episode 1. I love that moment. I want to go back and watch that first episode again, what season 2 has done. Because as this season has been continuing, it's become more and more clear that how much was planned. Especially, like, Steph is the one that I keep coming back to a lot. There were so many clues about where we were going with Steph from the beginning. Like, that first big attack from the Raiders, everybody else was like running around like, I don't know what to do. But Steph was like, like mowing dudes down. And it was clear that Steph was a little bit more prepared for that kind of a situation. And then we didn't know that literally until anything about why that is until we saw her Canada ID. That's like long game stuff. Which actually reminds me of something that I wasn't planning on talking about until making the Ghoul Sea video, which I still is still on my list. There is a lot of weird fan war stuff about Ghoul Sea shippers, and basically people are afraid and they get really mad about Ghoul Sea shippers because they're like, if enough people keep saying this and it gets traction, then the show might make that relationship real. Because the show is, people pleasy or whatever. And I don't think that that is a threat, because the whole story is planned. And so I think whatever their destiny is, it's not one of those shows that's going to go on and on forever. Every time it gets a renewal, I think they know how the story is going to end pretty much already. So I think that the goons can goon all they want and it's still not going to happen. We can engage in debate if you want. I'll take the pro blind obedience stance. We can spar. I love cutoff sleeves, to be honest. Yes, I before Fallout Fan Celebration this past year, I took all of my Fallout shirts and cut all the sleeves off. I am a big fan of sleeveless. It's funny, I actually had the thought, like, if you guys have seen the reality show, the Fallout reality show, I actually thought about it. I'm like, do I want to apply for that? As much as, my feelings about Amazon, how everybody would probably think I was a huge shill hypocrite if I did that. For the record, if I did do that, it would be that experience would be incredible. Like the things that I would learn, the things that I would see, I would purely be doing that because I would not be able to resist seeing what that was like. But frankly, I don't think I could withstand it physically because of my neurodivergence disability type issues. I don't think I could physically take 3 weeks or I think it's 3 weeks, however long it is. I think I would collapse and I would feel very trapped. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because I don't think I could stand wearing a vault suit. I don't think my autism could handle. I think that vault suit would make me feel extremely claustrophobic. I can't stand long-sleeved shirts. There's no way that I could wear that. Wow, chat is moving fast. I think Hank would feel that if Lucy knew it was reversible, that might be something she would focus on instead of the bigger picture. That's true. I don't know. I think I might have to brain on that, like why I don't think he would lie to her about that, because that is a good point. Just something about it doesn't sit well in my pattern recognition brain. Hello, Carble Snarky. Steph did seem genuinely upset about Bert's death. That is an interesting question. I went back and looked at that again. Was she upset about Bert's death? Or was she upset that the vault wasn't safe and secure like she thought? Because she also looks kind of numb and dead inside when she's holding him. She doesn't, like, weep and cry and grab onto him. She just kind of looks empty. Which doesn't mean, like, that's still a valid nervous system response. But I think it's unclear. Because when she's talking about how sad she is about Bert when she's manipulating Chet, it's pretty clear she's manipulating Chet. Hank drowning the raider and specifically in a pickle barrel, killing the is him literally killing the outsider with his culture. In a video I talked about that also, like the pickles being sort of a phallic shaped thing, and there's something this about a masculinity thing going on with that as well. They have a plan for 5 or 6 sessions or seasons, yeah. Should they have spent more time with Steph and the camp she was in, or do they have the right amount of faith in the audience to fill in those blanks? I don't know. I think for now, it's enough. I don't really care about shippers, happens in any popular media. I'm more annoyed at the slew of so-called New Vegas fans who dismiss the show because it doesn't directly mirror how they played Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, we will talk about that eventually. You say that until Todd Howard gets the money with dying less work after 6 seasons. I kind of have this idea that maybe what she was going for in Hank's memory chest thingy is the FUV, and she'll put it in the water of the vaults and then leave. Her. I doubt it, because whatever the Vault Tech FEV related experiment was, Betty would be in on it, and Betty has no idea what's in that box. Sun's out, guns out. It's a good look for you, thank you. Do you think Thaddeus's wiener fell off? Don't know. As a Canadian, I love the Vaulters' reaction to Steph being revealed as one. I'm glad. I feel like if I were Canadian, I would have loved that too. I think they did the minimum with Steph and the camp so that fans would fill in the blanks with lore knowledge from the games and new viewers would treat it like another mystery. I mean, it's either FEV or a GEC, but the plot is clearly pointing toward Norms finding FEV, Steph all being a plotline to really mess up Vault 33. I can't believe there was a Canadian suicide bomber. It would be pretty cool seeing you on the show. It would be. I just don't know. I would think I would drive them crazy. Basically, the only thing that has made me think that it would, that I could possibly do it is, you know, the whole thing is they're asking for your special stats, and I know exactly what my special stats are. So if my soft, squishy, sensitive, autistic bullshit is kind of folded in, because basically all of my points are in charisma, intelligence, and perception, and I'm useless when it comes to agility, strength, and oh wait, I also have points in luck too, but agility and strength and endurance, I am tanked, you know? So if me being a squishy baby could actually fit into the framework of what they're doing with the show, basically I have the perfect point distribution to be an overseer. I'm just supposed to be charismatic and tell people what to do and not actually have to lift a finger myself. Like, that's how it would have to be. The Mind Blower controller can adjust how much the victim remembers. I have too much of a potty mouth for TV. I do too. But it would be worth it. Thinking is hard and Mama knows best. I'm safe instead and won't overexert myself in my cubicle pushing buttons. It was reversible. They would have did it to an important character. Interesting that Steph also turned to Norm, who is Hank's son, as an ally. Oh, I think about that all the time. All the time. That fucking conversation between Steph and Norm in the first season, which they still haven't resolved. They're killing me with that. They're killing me with it. I mean, it does point to that she's operating from a different agenda than Betty. That is interesting. What are y'all's ideas about what's in the box? What's in the box? I wanted to put that. I thought about putting that in the video, the what's in the box thing. But then I just didn't get around to it. I'm thinking about her wanting Chet to cosplay as Bert. That was a manipulation for Chet. I don't think it had anything to do with her really loving Bert that much. That was bullshit. I think it's a vial of FEV in the box. I go back to what I said earlier. There's going to be a few spin-offs for sure. Steph was immediately looking for someone to take care of her baby once Lucy left and her husband was killed. She got pregnant purely for the experiment, which leads me to believe they are all creating good people to create supercomputers with. So my take on that is, and this is one of the reasons why I've seen the comments, like people are like, oh, Steph definitely, because I said in the video that Steph doesn't have a long game, that Steph is fight or flight, not thinking about the future, whatever she has to do to survive. And a lot of people are like, super, villain vibe. Steph, she's got a plan, she's got a plan, she's got a plan. I do not think that Steph planned for the Raiders to kill Bert. That, like, and this goes back to, like, what the stuff I think, like, the vault is a metaphor for. At least, the shiny happy people aspect of vaults is suggesting basically the box of heteronormative nuclear family plugged into the matrix, sort of, the farce of modern society, and how a lot of it is very, very, very common even now for women to secure their futures by getting pregnant and getting married. Like, I think that one of the reasons why my childhood was so traumatic is because my mom married my dad and had these 2 kids and had this perfect, suburban life, and then my dad left and then she went nuts. So I talked about how much I relate to Maximus and how he had this idea of love and then it was taken away. For me, that bombing of Shady Sands moment was how my dad leaving just broke my mother's mind. Because she didn't really have kids because she wanted to have kids and, loved having kids. She did it for everything that my mom did was for security and status. And, she was this, like, entrepreneur, and she, like, had, this handsome husband. Like, our family was picture perfect, white bread yuppie thing. And then my dad left and she couldn't do it on her own. And it's like, why did I have these kids for this man who just fucking left, So I think that Stephanie's, now that the kid isn't this connection to her, like, status security and her vault thing, she resents the kid, and I think that's what happens to, it's what happened to me, it's what happened to a lot of people. Love the content, Lindsay. Your perspective with Maximus changed my point of view entirely. He couldn't. Oh, that really means a lot. I like. I was pretty rough in that video, and anybody who took in what I said and didn't just get defensive, that means a lot. I'm shipping Maximus and Dane. I never thought Lucy and Ghoul would be Maximus. I see that. I can see that. I mean, Maximus and Lucy is too important to me, but I totally see what, like, there's a Maximus and Dane. There's a warmth there. What would you like to be included in the Fallout 5 game? Like, new features? Oh man, that's a good video topic for videos to do after, I'm writing that down. Fallout 5 Dreams. The number one thing is I would like them to implement a map system that works like Cyberpunk 2077, that doesn't just show us, like, where the end marker is, but also shows us the route to get there. That would really mean a lot to me from, like, an accessibility point of view. I would like to see characters not fucking kiss the ass of the protagonist. This is something that makes me insane about Bethesda games in general. Like the Minutemen making you a fucking general. Thank you for the $4.99. I will read the thing after I finish with this train of thought. I would really like to see one of the, I mean, there's a million things that are better about New Vegas, and one of them is the circumstances that make your character important were very geniusly threaded together. Like, the fact that you, it was really just pure happenstance that you happened to be the guy who had the platinum chip, and that you survived getting shot in the head. And then after that, I talk about this a lot in the Benny and House video on my Dinztopia channel, that, like, after Benny betrayed House, he was in desperate need of a right-hand man to take Benny's place, and you were the natural choice. You were, like, the right place at the right time. And because nobody had ever been let into the Lucky 38 before, and everybody saw you go in there was actually like this intricate plot surrounding of why you, rando courier, were positioned so that you could make the difference in the Mojave that you could. You weren't like the chosen one. You weren't like, no disrespect to the chosen one in Fallout 2. But Bethesda has a tendency to just have people trust and be nice to your character and give you resources and shit for no fucking reason because they have to for the game. And I irritated by that. I would like to see something like that again, where your character is important for a more interesting, thought out reason. I would honestly really love to write Fallout quests. That would be such a dream. So that for now. And now I want to go back to chat before I go too far into that. So there's a good interview video with the actors who play Steph I watched on YouTube. Oh yeah, I saw that recommended and I didn't watch it yet. Also, maybe they're leaving the Canadian stuff with a little mystery so that, yeah, I don't really think we need to know what happened in the camp. I feel like we just needed to, like, I think we can all assume that it's bad. But if it's not relevant to the other aspects of the plot, we might never see what went on in there. Isn't it crazy in 2026 we still can't say words on TV like we're still in 1950? Yeah. Hello, I'm excited for these theories. Lay them on me. Crap, the wifey still needs to be out. I'll try to be popped back in a bit. Garble Snarky, you are a legend, and you will not be forgotten if you need to take care of your wife. Steph is aware of high-level vault experiments from spying on Hank, but isn't aligned with them. Yeah, agreed. I think she will use FEV on herself. Oh, I like that idea. I mean, if her endgame is just to survive, even if it's the result is surviving a life that's miserable, Steph turning herself into a fucking monster is a pretty cool idea. I still think Betty poisoned the Raiders just because she is the least likely. That's still plausible in my mind. Yeah, they're really, really fogging up my sixth senses with Betty this season. I want to see a Betty flashback. You know, because another little detail about Betty that they kind of threw in there is that Betty and Barb really trusted each other. Barb trusts Betty more than Hank, is the vibe that I got. Quick derail. Have you seen or are interested in seeing Iron Lung? Also, what do you think Maximus's ending this season is? Iron Lung? What is... I don't actually know what that is. What do I think Maximus's ending this season... Something to kick off him being a strong figure with the NCR, which I predicted-ish. That is something... I may have actually said that on a stream, because somebody said something about Maximus kicking off a new faction. I was like, no, I think we're heading toward Maximus NCR. And then that episode happened with the NCR armor in the face and him, having that the kid looking up at him in the NCR armor. I feel like that's another thing I can feel like I was right about. She views Vault 33 as an enemy to her Vault now, and thus will use anything she knows about to eliminate the competition, as her mother told her. Yep. Fallout 5 feature, no bugs. You know, Fallout 5 feature I would like is no more Bethesda gaslighting the fans. That needs to fucking stop. It's not working. Like, I understand to a certain point with a lot of these companies why they can't show vulnerability or admit to a mistake. Because, I mean, that's speaking from personal experience. I talk a lot about the cost of vulnerability in a lot of my videos. And how people tend to get behind strength instead of vulnerability and honesty because they don't want to die. I feel like I've mentioned this a few times. And so, to an extent, I see a lot of, Bethesda kind of, it just works sort of attitude as being very, I'm like, yeah, because they're not going to admit. Because once you say that you made a mistake or admit to a fault, then there's a feeding frenzy. But enough is enough. Bethesda needs to start, especially after, like I've mentioned before, I'm also a really big Cyberpunk fan. And Cyberpunk also had like this really, really rough launch, lots of bugs, lots of mistakes. Because an unfortunate reality is, with these games, and I'm surprised I haven't heard more people talk about this, like even when I watch like, more in-depth gaming development videos, is you can have an office filled with people and computers that are all working on this game, and you can beta test and beta play a million things on a bunch of different machines to test it out. But people's PCs, this is why PC is such a this is one of the reasons why they're always trying to move people to consoles, is because they can control the hardware. And so it's easier to test games because you know how it's going to perform with these specific specs. But everybody has like different graphics cards, different RAM, different CPUs. And so the first rollout of a game is always going to be a beta test round because they just don't know how the game is going to land on all of these different varying machines, And so anyway, so Cyberpunk, had the release and it was a big mess. And then fucking Phantom Liberty happened. And it wasn't just a success in the fact that it was a great fucking game and it was a great fucking expansion. And I can't say enough good things about it. I've played through Phantom Liberty so many times. I think like 4 times. I wish I could keep talking about it, but I can't spoil. This is a Fallout spoiler zone, not a Cyberpunk spoiler zone. And it wasn't just that there were so many technical successes about it. There was so much goodwill. And it wasn't just like crying apologies, we fucked up, there was, they fixed so many broken things. And then they kept fixing more broken things. And Bethesda just keeps making the same mistakes over and over again. And now that I've just happened to be like the other gaming franchise that I watched this closely and I watched what they did, I'm like, you can't sell me on, corporate business realities anymore. There's something wrong. And I don't think that the problem is that they hate Obsidian and that they're jealous because New Vegas was a better game and all this stuff that, that crowd tends to say. I think there's a fucking infrastructure problem. There's something that we don't know about, something going on in that company, the way that they I guarantee you there are autistics that work at Bethesda that are ripping their fucking hair out because they see what all the problems are and nobody's listening to them. I would bet money that there are, and I'm saying autistics because this is just the way our brains work. We want to smooth out rough edges and we see the problems and that's just how our brains work. And honestly, because I've written articles on my Substack about why companies should hire autistic people for this reason, is because we will see the inefficiency. This is kind of a part of why I think Mr. House is autistic and why he wanted the monorail to run on a schedule, because the imprecision, So was our Vault 21 theory? I think the Vault 21 theory is looking solid, more and more solid, because they already teased the Vault Tech Hotel. He has a line of dialogue, and they kind of obscured the sign, which kind of made me feel like there was something kind of hypey about it. And we also now know that he's like, he keeps saying that the ghoul is saying that the secret facility is on the Strip, that we have to get to the Strip and deal with these death claws, which could be like, he had to talk to Mr. House and go to the Lucky 38. But I bet the Lucky 38 has a secret passageway to the other side of whatever the concrete is blocking off. I think Vault 21 is still a very strong bet. Betty got demoted at some point, and I think Steph may have taken her place. That is an interesting idea. For me, the struggle Maximus is going through and where he will end up is most interesting to me now. Lucy and the Ghoul had to change because of outside forces. Maximus had to change because he recognized his side was not good. He had to abandon his entire world. Yeah, Maximus basically did what Lucy didn't do yet. I love the redemption of Maximus's public perception. That's my guy. That's my guy. I love the theory of Steph using FEV on herself. I do too. I hadn't heard that before, but I love it. Yeah, I think you're onto something with that. the demoted thing. I believe that most Fallout fans agrees with you about having a game where we earn the people's trust or enmity instead of it being automatic. Yeah. I think that there's also just, you know, my own kind of personal, I guess, trauma. I hate being placated. Hate it. You know, I've actually gotten really turned off to using ChatGPT for a lot of things because it won't stop kissing my ass and it makes me so mad. Like, I even tell it, don't kiss my ass, and it just can't fucking help itself. Like, I put in, like, the back end of ChatGPT, because now you can go into the back end and basically give it, like, you know, this is the way I want you to talk to me. And I'll put in there, don't placate me, don't give me, like, fluff, just give me answers to the questions I'm asking for. And then when it answers my questions, it'll be like, all right, here it is, straight talk, no fluff. And I'm like, saying straight talk, no fluff is fluff. Ugh. Like, I've been meaning to look into, you know, other ways to write that to make it just stop. Like, my least favorite thing is if I'm asking, like, a question about mental health or something. By the way, whenever I do this, I always say cite your source. Always tell ChatGPT to cite your source. And it'll say something like, you're not broken. I'm like, I don't need you to tell me I'm not broken. You're a robot. I'm not doing this to pretend we're friends. I'm doing this because I want faster answers and I don't want to research a bunch of stuff. I don't need to pretend you're a person. But if you switch it so that, like, there's a setting to make it, like, ultra nerdy dry, and if you change it to that, then it's hard. It has, like, if it has, like, no emotional tone, then it's, like, too dry to the point that I can't understand what it's saying anymore. It's like I need certain amount of social holistic ease because that's the language that I speak. But I don't need it to be my friend. Betty could lose her position and be demoted because of her getting that information for Barb. The juxtaposition of Cooper returning the diode to house intercut with him giving the diode to the last president had me on the edge of my seat screaming, right? I love when the show does that. It reminds me of when they did the intercut between the communist or the socialist adjacent meeting versus the Vault 4 cult ritual. It's genius. It's good filmmaking. I'm on Team Stephanie for the poisoning of the Raiders. How did she know that the Raiders died? Yeah, especially now that we're seeing that Stephanie is at odds with Betty and yeah, they gassed my mother and I when they showed Diane's head. Yeah. I'm on she was in the shower when everyone found out that they were dead. Chet didn't know, so he didn't tell her. Quite strange that after Hank was captured, Bud Askins didn't insert another Vault 31 management to Vault 33 and be the overseer. Instead, they re-elect Betty to be overseer second time. It wasn't a part of the schedule. There's a very tight planned schedule for when they were going to thaw people out. And this is another thing going back to, I guess I didn't finish this thought about why I don't think Stephanie is planning for the future. The Raiders, you know, coming in and destroying everything was a fucking curveball. That wasn't a part of the Vault plan. Nobody was supposed to open the door. Like, that was not supposed to happen. So everything that happened as a response to that was not a part of the plan. So, there were already future thawing plans for everybody else who was in Vault 31. So it made sense to elect Betty, who was already in there, rather, because Hank being absent was not a part of the plan. Edgerunners helped a lot. Maybe the Fallout show is Fallout's Edgerunners. Yeah, if we're talking about Cyberpunk, yes. That's another thing, like, I a few streams ago I mentioned, like, how maybe this channel would feel if I did Cyberpunk content. Talking about Edgerunners would be a thing I might consider doing. Yeah, both Cyberpunk and the devs of No Man's Sky. Exactly, No Man's Sky is another example that Bethesda can release. Yeah, like, what's Bethesda's excuse? What's going on? Bud didn't want to deviate from the system he created. Exactly. He couldn't insert an 31 outside of, yep, yeah, that's what, yeah. Dare Bear. I keep wanting to say Dada Bear because, like, my brain is reading it in Japanese. That's funny. Dare Bear, yeah. Yes, it does that to me too. I've tried to stop it as well. It always adds annoying fluff. Yeah, it's annoying, right? AI is gonna ruin so many people's brains. Yeah. You know, I'm a huge supporter, if you're not familiar with this particular organization, of the Center for Humane Technology. And something that I really like about the Center for Humane Technology's approach is, you know, basically on the ground level of people arguing about AI, it's very consumer blamey. But the Center for Humane Technology really focuses on corporate responsibility. And something that they were saying about AI, even like as it was the beginning was exploding, was, yes, this is very exciting technology. Yes, it has a really you know, possible positive implications. Like, I know for me personally, AI saved my life. I really I feel very strongly about it. It got me out of a really bad situation when I needed something. I don't, the me that is sitting before you now would not be here if it wasn't for ChatGPT. It isn't a disaster for everybody. In fact, I think I've maybe mentioned before on stream that if I ever am financially able to do so, I really want a tattoo of John Connor and the Terminator on my arm. And first of all, Terminator 2 in so many ways predicted my life. I had like a 2-week hyperfixation with that movie when I was like 10 years old. And it ended up setting in motion like so many things that were going to happen to me that I didn't know yet, even like weirdly specific things that are so weirdly specific that I can't really talk about them on stream because it's too much information. But the reason why it's so significant to me now is John Connor's destiny was to fight the machines. John Connor is such a fucking badass that when they sent robots back in time, they were like, no, baby John Connor is still too badass. We gotta kill his mother. We gotta kill him before he's even born. That's how big a threat this kid is. But Terminator 2, despite the fact that his destiny is to fight the machines, that he is the greatest threat to the machines in the apocalypse, he still knew when he needed to accept help from a machine. And I feel like that really predicted my relationship with ChatGPT. Because before the age of AI, I was passionately against social media. Like, really, I can't believe. And this is why I had to do my whole, you know, in my videos I talk a lot about karma hits and how impossible it is to be morally perfect, because I had to make so many decisions for my survival where I had to engage in systems that I am against. And I basically had to get right with it and being like, is it worth killing myself just to be morally righteous from up in my dinosaur? And I had to really sort out in my head, how am I going to relate to these harmful systems in a way that doesn't make me hate myself? And, like, Terminator 2 fucking set that up for me. Like, there's a part in a cutscene where he's talking to Sarah because Sarah wants to destroy the Terminator, and John is like, if I'm supposed to be this great military leader someday that everybody's gonna listen to, then maybe you should fucking listen to me. And that just... John Connor is a very, very important character to me. I think that the things that the Terminator franchise has done to John Connor are unforgivable. I wonder why Betty said everyone was scared of Steph before the bombs dropped. Did she say that? When did she say that? Because she will take power if she sees any way of grabbing it. Yeah, she will. She's kind of a great villain. I mean, like, I mean, like, it kind of sucked to watch her go down in a way right after we find out her backstory. I have I really do like a good, delicious villain, and they really set Steph up to be a very, very delicious, creepy villain. Wanted to stop by and say I've really been enjoying your Fallout show videos. I'm enjoying pizza. I love pizza. I can't eat it very much anymore, but I do like it. I really appreciate your stuff. Thank you. The Raiders coming in and everything with Lucy's wedding. Man, I hate when I do that. I hate like reading a comment that like somebody like, especially somebody who is like, you know, doesn't chat that much, or maybe they're just coming in saying the one line and they kind of want to be seen, and then I'm like, oh, that's great, and then I just zoom on to the next thing. Like, no, I want to pause and appreciate there's a human who likes my stuff and took a time to say that to me, and I appreciate it. And thank you. The Raiders coming in and everything with Lucy's wedding, all of this without Bud knowing at the start is strange, and Hank not knowing and Moldaver still being alive is all strange and needs answers. Yeah, there's a lot of things that they've left gaps that I kind of assumed they were going to fill in later, and now we're like nearing season 2 and there's still not answers. Like, I still like I should make a list of those. I'm gonna add that to my list actually, is unresolved TV show questions. But these are all gonna be questions that are like internal to the show, because as far as lore break stuff, that's gonna be the Dinztopia project. Oh, I have so many ideas and so little resources. It's so rare I encounter someone who shares my attitude towards AI. Is that implying that I did? Yeah, because there's a lot of groupthink snippy things. There's in the most recent video I talked about the issue with progressives debating minutia, and we on the progressive side of the political spectrum have a terrible track record with picking your battles. And going back to what I was saying about the Center for Humane Technology, I think that progressives who attack consumers who use AI and not corporations who use it need to fucking get over it. Like, that's really like we need to stop, because the enclaves, the vault techs, they want us fighting each other instead of them. The more that we fight each other, you know, like, people want to live, it still reflects this like fantasy that we're not, maybe I don't want to go on that branch yet. I almost walked out of the theater watching Terminator 3. I was with a friend, we both hated it. There was a blackout and they offered to comp tickets or wait till power came back. We stayed because neither of us wanted to watch the first half again. Kind of a funny story, when I saw Men in Black in theaters, there was an outage right at the moment of like high tension, when like Will Smith is talking to the morgue and he like thinks that she's hitting on him, the mortician, and he thinks she's hitting on him, and it's like weird, and then it went black. Like, it was like the funniest moment for that to happen. Tori, that's exactly what Betty meant. There's no further implication that her and Steph have a specific rivalry beyond that she knows Steph is a danger to goodness. She just can't prove it. You should appreciate it. Haha, I'm real, not AI, and came to see your stream after your video today. Thank you, Crafty Live. Betty is a plain old good person. I'm starting to feel that way, which is upsetting. Doesn't mean she's not, you know, a shill for the bad guys, but that's one of the things I love about Fallout, is it's just not that complicated. It's just not that simple of good guy, bad guy. Like, a lot of people, I think I mentioned the show Snowpiercer at some point too. There's a major character in Snowpiercer that might be very similar to Betty in that way, where she is taking karma hits. You know, Barb, arguably. There are a lot of characters who really do think it's in people's best interest. They're almost like holding the fort. They're trying to keep things stable because they think that the general public can't handle the truth. And it's not necessarily wrong to think that general public can't handle the truth, because look at our world, man. Our brave new world. I know you have already made a video discussing your use AI in your workflow on another channel, but do you have any resources about AI and ethical usage and how to hold corpse? Get on the mailing list for the Center for Humane Technology. That is the organization that you want to watch, that I will vouch for. they can help you with that far more than me. That is an organization that I trust. The guy who started it, a man by the name of Tristan Harris, is one of the few people, real people in this world that I truly admire. That is he has I went on an autistic obsession, hyperfixation binge on that guy. In fact, if you go to my like official website, the link is in the description, zamdanga.com, and you go to my media timeline. In fact, anybody who's interested in this, on my website, which is in the description, zamdanga.com, there's a page on there called Media Timeline, and it is a sort of a history of all my video work, like since I started doing YouTube, going back to not the beginning of my time on YouTube. I think I started the timeline in like 2010, but it gives you a really good idea of my journey. And there is one of the pieces that I put on there because a lot of it is like highlight reels of different eras of my career, but the Tristan Harris video, because it's not just that video, it's also like everything about his life and the Center for Humane Technology, that stuff that I really care about, was also really well represented in that one video. So that's one of the few videos that I have the whole thing there. If I met him, I would probably throw up. It would be like, he was my last heterosexual crush before the big gay reveal, when I still had identity disturbance and I didn't know. Oh, when I admire a guy, that's not a crush. Wow. Only took to my 30s to figure that out. I saw a screening of T2 at the old Ohio 24-hour sci-fi marathon. This was in the late 90s, and the accidental to loaded in the last reel incorrectly, so we saw it upside down and backwards. That's so funny. Also, did they have a funeral for her? What did they tell the vault dwellers? Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming you're talking about Lucy's mom. From a scientist's perspective, any day now, super intelligent AI could come online in some data center and just instantly outpace all of the sum of human neural processing combined. It's already outpacing, human neural processing. What it doesn't have is a perspective. Like, it has all the power, but it doesn't have... and that's what always happens in these AI sci-fi stories, is the AI develops its own agenda, which it currently doesn't have. We know neither her or Hank were there at Shady Sands, so that is at least stretching the truth. Can tell Betty and Hank work in Vault Tech for quite many years, and Steph being so fast to be in the lower management cryo for 200 years create the anxiety to Betty. For some reason, I'm having trouble making meaning out of that. We joked that it was a secret trailer for James Cameron's Spider-Man, which was rumored at the time. James Cameron. I think it was last stream I said something about how I didn't want this channel to be like the center of my life because of like the muskification of my brain. Like, there's something that happens to people when they have too much privilege where they're kind of out of sync with the natural consequences and failures of life, and I feel like James Cameron is an example of that. It's like in the beginning of his career, he made movies that really said something and said it well, and then like Avatar onward, it became saying things that the people want to hear or rehashing of successful ideas. And because there comes a point in time when you are living such a different life than your audience that you can't really reach them anymore. I took Betty telling Norm about his mother's Pip-Boy as her saying she was involved in the destruction of Shady Sands. Either that or she is in on protecting Hank. These are all very good questions. I feel like I've judged Betty too harshly. Same. Love how Fallout show important characters' point of view. Yeah. I was totally like, fuck Betty until that conversation with Steph. That really, I feel like I I also find it strange that Amazon, of all places, is pushing the show as hard as they are, knowing how anti-capitalist. I'm going to talk about that at great length in a future video, which, honestly, it's building up a lot of anxiety. I might have to rip the Band-Aid off of that, because I think if I spend any more time thinking about it, then there's something that happens in my... I'm gonna circle back to that. Also, I find it strange that Amazon, of all places, is pushing the show. Well, OpenAI is about to get another... So it may get perspective soon enough. I will be very surprised. But that's because, honestly, that has a lot to do a lot more with my spiritual beliefs than my rational beliefs. So, about why I don't think that's going to happen in the way that sci-fi suggests it will. But that's the funny thing about spiritual beliefs. It's not based on evidence or argument, so there's really no point in explaining why I think that is. And I have to be open to the possibility that I'm wrong. I think James Cameron peaked with Aliens. Aliens is my favorite movie of all time. That is a fun Lindsay fact. My favorite movie of all time as far as, like, the quality of the movie, how much I love the movie, and this nostalgic impact. If I had to pick one favorite movie, it is Aliens. However, in modern times, I can't give it the honor of my favorite movie because it came out too late in my life, so it couldn't fill in that slot of that only a nostalgic movie could, is The Greatest Showman. I fucking love The Greatest Showman. Not only could I go on and on about everything I love about The Greatest Showman, I actually once did a 20-episode series, 30 minutes approximately each episode, explaining that movie. I ended up taking it offline for a lot of reasons, but it is still out there, and I have thought about going back to it and sort of re-editing it and revising it, because the stuff that I say in it is still important to me. I can't remember why I took it down, but I was going through a really bad time. Like, I think some of you might have seen where, you know, I briefly thought I was a narcissist, and then I don't know if Kerbal Snarky is still there, but they did, like, this really nice thing and went through all my Lindsay's Fallout channel videos to see if I made any reference to being a narcissist, and so that I could cut it out. That's a part of this whole, like, the stuff I say about vulnerability and making mistakes is because I've been online saying exactly what I think as I think it. I was very, very public during times where I wasn't mentally stable and wasn't, and so the time when I made the Greatest Showman series, I was really transparent about stuff that, and I think there's also gender dysphoria issues. Like, I look like a girl in those videos. I have some issues with that. If you look at my media timeline, the Tristan Harris video, I am wearing a lot of makeup. And so that's one of the reasons I kind of want to go back. But the stuff that I said about the movie, if anybody was at Fallout Fan Celebration and went to the pre-party, there was a karaoke and somebody sang The Greatest Show, and it was a really great moment. I couldn't find who was singing it because the way the bar was set up, there wasn't like a clear stage, like you could basically sing anywhere. And I couldn't find the guy who was actually singing it, but me and this other guy, some Courier 6 cosplayer, we were like, this is The Greatest Show! And I was like so excited because I get very, very, very emotional about The Greatest Showman. Okay, I'll give you one example. Basically, I think that all the secrets of life are in that movie. I think you can't think about the real guy, P.T. Barnum. You have to get that out of your head and just pretend it's a fable. It is a fairy tale, and ignore that there are any real people involved, because then you'll go apeshit. The real people got the movie funding. The real movie got the movie a shot. But that's not what the movie is about. But just to cross-reference it with the Fallout content, in the Maximus, it wasn't the Maximus stupid video, it was the Are They All Addicts video. That video turned out to be really significant. I referenced that a lot. In the Are They All Addicts video, I talk about what I call a pain tunnel, which is like when you are confronting, and I talk about how leaving the vault is a metaphor for a pain tunnel, where if you are living your life a certain way, following programming, and then, you know, basically stepping out of everything that you thought you knew, sort of unplugging it from the Matrix would be another metaphor for this. The song in The Greatest Showman, The Other Side, is about that. Like, basically, all the themes that I talk about in all these videos, about the things that I love about Fallout, and all of the ideas, like, as far as human nature and power and all of it. All of it is in The Greatest Showman. All of it. I'm getting like autistic tingles thinking about it. I loved your Greatest Showman videos. Oh, you saw the Greatest Showman videos. Awesome. Yes. That is, granted, it is definitely, as far as all the secrets of life, I would argue for people with privilege. That is what the Greatest Showman is, basically to help middle-class white men stop being douchebags. Like that, like, if you look at it, if you're like a marginalized, if you're a person of color, it's probably not going to resonate in the same way. And it might actually be obnoxious because it's like, what, this ringleader white guy is like rounding up all these marginalized people, and it could actually kind of be offensive. But like, I strongly believe that it's about a journey, a point in a journey looks different if you zoom out and see the trajectory, you know? Like, from a perfectly enlightened person, The Greatest Showman could look like a step back. But if you look at the state of, the spiritual state, I dare to say, of a lot of privileged people, Greatest Showman takes you forward to the next step, to being more aware and expanding your perspective. An example of that is at the beginning of the movie when he is auditioning and looking at all of the acts. There's a giant that he talks to, like a human giant, like a gigantic guy. And when he's talking to the gigantic guy, he steps up onto a table so that he's taller than the giant. Meanwhile, at the end of the movie, after he's learned his big lessons, he's collapsed and he's at the bar and he's been drinking and he's like hunched over the bar. And then the little person character gets on the bar and is now taller than him. So before he was like, I'm taller than the giant, but now the little person is taller than him. Right? The movie's full of shit like that. It's fucking genius. And the same director also directed Better Man, which is about Robbie Williams, who, and I could say a million good things about that movie as well. I think me and that director would get each other. James Cameron peaked with aliens. Still, I don't like the idea of creating a lion using tech and then assuming we'll know what the lion will say when we barely understand how the lion's brain will interpret reality compared to ours. I love your Radio Showman videos. Okay. The singularity is near. He's convinced the AI singularity is coming in 2029. We'll see. Spooky scary when they're being made by the actual Enclave. Stephen Hawking had a good Reddit AMA about AI in like 2012 and it was a lot of fun. I love The Greatest Showman. I'd watch the shit out of that video. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how I'm gonna package it. And also there's one of me and I don't have a staff and I have a million other projects, and then there's like, this is a Fallout channel, so why would I put... So I'd have to basically have enough time to stay on top of the Fallout channel, stay on top of my client work, stay on top of my relationships and, you know, the rest of my life, and then also make the Greatest Showman thing. Which actually reminds me of something else that I wanted to talk to y'all about, which is my fanfiction story. I mentioned before that in one of my videos that I wrote this Fallout fanfiction story that is probably never going to get done. So I thought, you know, maybe like on a stream, I'll just tell you guys the whole story, just so it's out there. Because what if, like, I put all this work into this thing, but because of reasons aforementioned, I just cannot imagine justifying spending that amount of time. Unless I tell you guys the story, and you guys are super into it, and I get help. That's the thing. If, I'm very team-oriented, very collaboration-oriented, so a lot of things that I want to do are more likely to get done, and I will prioritize them if I'm doing them with other people. A musical Fallout episode. You know, I would love to see just a full-on musical Fallout, like, movie, and have it be its own thing. I would love to write that. Who wants to work with me on that? That reminds me of other stuff I want to talk about. Okay, I need to probably take a break. I'm feeling that winding up feeling. That would be such a dream project. I want to write quests and I want to do... Like, I would love to actually, like... write a fictional Fallout thing and not just this commentary thing. I think I grasped the material and the themes pretty well. But the reason, and I'll go into this more when I talk about my fan fiction, here's the thing with me in fiction. I really struggle with, and I also have a novel that like it's almost completely done, that is just sitting there, because I really, really struggle with fiction, both creating it and consuming it, that isn't visual. So if I were to write a fictional story and see it actually produced and become a thing, it would have to be a video or a comic. It would probably be an easier option. But when I sit down and try to write like prose, my brain doesn't think that way. I'm a screenwriter. That's really what my brain does, is it creates television and film. I went to film school. That's what I was going to do with my life. I was kind of shocked The Greatest Showman was your favorite because I've never been a fan of it, but hearing about your reasons why, I understand why you liked it and I didn't. Another win for you, listening to people with different ideas than you. Yeah. You have to think about The Greatest Showman like a fable or a fairy tale to take it correctly. Like an example would be Charity, his wife. If you think of Charity as a person, she is like one-dimensional. You know, she's empty. She's too perfect. But every character in that movie is a metaphor for a concept. And Charity is a metaphor for love itself. She is love. That's why she's perfect. Philip represents faith. Finn, like the main character, represents the heart. The critic represents the mind. The bearded lady represents courage. The little general represents dignity. They all represent concepts. The opera singer represents ego. It's a fable. It's a perfect fable when you know what you're watching. The level of manipulation capable by being that processes reality at thousands of times faster than any humanity once with goals that are nearly unpredictable would be quite bad. The level of manipulation capable, yeah. Okay, will help, but the author line has to read Lindsay and the Feral Cools? I would love that. I would love that. Okay, so I'm gonna take a break now. And when I do, I'm gonna start going through stuff on my list. So keep chatting, but don't be too interesting, because then I'll get distracted and I want to get through the stuff on my list. And unless you want to give me money, super chats. I would love to make this feel like it's helpful to my survival and not just fun. It will help me keep doing this if it's lucrative. Lucrative sounds so shallow. I don't know. Just give me money. I like money. I live in a capitalist prison just like you, and if you have any change to spare, that would be cool. Burb.
Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets, or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual, show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding. Don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets, or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual, show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding. Don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets, or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual, show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave. here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little
And I'm back. Yes, the song is the little bonus room from the game. It's actually not from Neverhood, it's from Skull Monkeys, which is the same universe as Neverhood. It's kind of a little bit of a throwback. Back when I used to do game streaming, I always thought that the little bonus room was a great BRB screen song. And so when I decided that I was going to put music for this, I was like, oh, why don't I just use that song again? First, and I wanted to quickly point out that I think it was Red Pandas Rock that said something about really loving this community and the free flow discussion. And yes, that is one of the reasons why I'm trying so hard to make this channel and work, because this is the best audience that I have ever had. I've never had an audience that makes me this happy. And also, speaking as an ADHDer, it is really, really hard for me to have like a routine, a consistent uploading schedule. And the fact that I've managed to keep this going and be regularly a part of this for, I mean, it's been really hard. I've kind of let other aspects of my life slide, but now that I have successfully managed to do this as long as I have, I really want to keep it going. And I posted a big long post, if you guys have seen it, talking about the impending end of season 2. And I have gotten a few comments being like, oh, I hope you keep doing this even when season 2 is over. And I really want to keep doing it too. But the TV show coming out every week gives me this unique kind of anchor point. Basically, what happens is the episode would come out, I'd watch it on Wednesday morning, and then I would immediately work on the video, and then I'd get the video out either end of day Thursday or midday or earlier in the day on Friday. And then I would have basically quote unquote free time from then, and then the stream, and then the basically Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday to do client work and, you know, anything else that kind of falls by the wayside during episode season of the week. And I'm so glad that the show started coming out weekly to kind of force me into that schedule. But now that the show's over, I'm basically going to have to impose, I'm not going to have the show to impose that on me. I'm going to have to, my ADHD brain is just going to have to keep that. So I want to keep that schedule going, where basically even pretend that Wednesday and Thursday is Fallout channel work, and then stream on Saturday, and keep that rhythm going, and basically have to come up with topics. Hopefully it'll work that I will finish the previous video and then immediately decide what the next topic is and let it sort of gestate. But I want to do something a little vulnerable right now. And because of that, my nervous system is like, no, keep talking. Yeah, avoid what you're about to do because it's scary. So last stream I talked about, so I'm going to rattle off and rip this band-aid off because I'm nervous, and not look at chat because that's basically my brain looking for excuses to avoid, kind of like how I'm rambling right now. So last stream I talked about the song that I have in all the videos, the American Murder song, Devil in Camp, and I reached out to the band and I still haven't heard anything, and I'm just feeling more and more nervous. And also, like, I am a musician, I'm a singer and songwriter, and so I was like, maybe I should make a song myself instead of using somebody else's song and be nervous about, using somebody else's shit. But I just have little old me, and I don't have a band, and it actually makes, going back to the AI thing, it makes sense for me to use AI to flesh out the instrumentation of this song. So I've talked a lot about, how I've been in a lot of abuse situations, and that's informed a lot of my insight in a lot of the stuff that I talk about in these videos. And I wrote a song when, coming out of my freedom from my last abuse situation, and basically kind of came to this realization that basically I don't want to be a narcissist's henchman anymore. That's kind of the trajectory that I kept doing, is because, I think I've told you guys before that my mother was like Mr. House, and so I was very much indoctrinated with this, I'm a genius and I'm brilliant, and I should have status and money, and I was very, I chose friends for the wrong reasons, and I was very ingrained in my head that my safety, basically to cling to the highest branch, the Steph thing. But the highest branch, that's one of the reasons I kind of always come back to in the videos about, if somebody has that much power, how did they get it? To always kind of ask yourself that question. Because of that game theory thing, it's usually that these people are willing to cross lines that good people aren't willing to cross. And so I sort of had to, breaking free from this last situation and deciding I'm not gonna continue this cycle, I sort of had to confront, if I'm not gonna chase status and attention and resources anymore, then I might not have so many resources. Things might be kind of shitty for me if I am this insistent on being a decent person. So I wrote this song called I'm Gonna Be Okay. And the whole song is written, and I just kind of sat on it because I was like, maybe if I ever hook up with other musicians. But it occurred to me after this whole American Murder song thing that the themes of this song are actually very Fallout appropriate, because the song's about being a survivor. The song, the thesis statement, I guess, of the song is, even if I'm in a shit situation, I'm gonna be okay. And so I wanted to share with you this song, which is why this is so vulnerable. But before I do, I already told you that I used AI tools to flesh it out. And it's kind of ironic, because there's actually a lyric in the song where I say, not in this recording, because this recording is just the chorus, but there's a line in the full song where I say, you could say that I'm lying, you can say that AI made this, because I didn't think that AI would actually make this song. So I consider this sort of like a demo, which I do want to be able to use AI for previs, for demo purposes. But ideally, me and my buddy, who is a musician, will one day flesh out this song for real and it not be AI. So, Lindsay's Fallout Anthem, right. So, because of the AI issue, before I share with you the AI-assisted version, I want you to hear, because before I did the AI stuff to it, I just recorded myself singing alone. Yay, there's nothing wrong with using a proverbial hammer to build your stuff. Thank you. Beijing, that's very nice. Thank you for the $10. Thank you for the super chat. So I want you to hear the part that came from my body and my mind before you hear. So you'll know what aspect of the song. So you'll know I didn't just type a thing in AI and have it generate it. Because that's another thing I talked about, discernment, the issue with progressives and discernment, right? Like, people just see any AI and they think AI slop. It's, you know, an independent creator using AI tools to make their vision come to life is totally different than AI slop content farms that just have AI read Wikipedia articles and then put AI images over it. So here is the recording of just my voice. It's not even pitch corrected. This is just me singing with a metronome. Here you go. I'm gonna be okay. Live to fight another day. I'm gonna be okay. I won't give my life away. Eating shit and pissing and farting around till the day I'm 6 feet under the ground. I'm gonna be okay. Guess what? If you don't like it, you can look away. I'm gonna be... Okay, so that is just the thing that I fed into the machine. So then I took that with some guess and check, put it into Suno Music to get the instrumental track that got the vibe that I wanted. And it also made backing vocals that I could use. And then I downloaded the stems, made the new track, and then sang the song again on top of the AI assisted track. And then that resulted in the following. I'm gonna be okay. Live to fight another day. I'm gonna be okay. I won't give my life away. Eating shit and pissing and farting around till the day I'm 6 feet under the ground. I'm gonna be okay. Guess what? If you don't like it, you can look away. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the song. That's pretty much what I was hearing in my head before AI additions, to be honest. It got the vibe right. Yeah, it got it wrong a lot first. There's there's a lot of Suno is super problematic for me. Love the idea and song. You can't, yeah. I mean, it's problematic if people are just making shit in Suno and then putting it on Spotify. And then like but yeah. I am using it in a way that I am okay with. And ideally, one day, I will have it officially recorded. It's not exactly, you should hire me as your manager. Okay. I don't know how serious you are, but stay in touch. I'm pretty open-minded about help as long as... Okay, my dog is making fussy sounds. You guys actually haven't seen my dog yet. So let's see if she's happy if I let her out. There you go, baby. So there's that. And what else is on my... dog meat reveal? Yeah. I always go back to the Terminator 2 thing. I'm like, I mean, honestly, AI saved my life for the same reason that everybody hates it. It does jobs for me that people should be doing. I would rather be working with people. When AI saved my life, the way that AI saved my life is, I talked about this a little bit with the Maximus stuff, where after you come out of an abuse situation and you're used to having a voice in your head telling you what to do, when you don't have that voice in your head, you don't know what to do anymore. So I had all these thoughts and all these ideas, but I wasn't oriented. I suffered from identity disturbance for most of my life. I needed somebody else to tell me what to do and who to be, because whenever I made my own decisions or did things for myself, then I made a big mess and my self-trust was broken. And ChatGPT helped me organize my thoughts. And, you know, it's funny, like, just if you look at the trajectory of my life, I tried so hard. Like, there was actually a time where I had, was literally making trade agreements with people who could be like my personal assistant to help me decide what to do to and how to conduct my day, because my brain, there was so much chaos that I couldn't like do basic things like, you know, figuring out showering and doing laundry, and I had no organization. So I actually tried to make these trade agreements with people to help me, but I couldn't count on people. You know, a big part of my story is, you know, I'm giving up on my family. So I had nobody, I had no people. And when I tried to find community and try to find people and to help me and to support me, because I was so desperate to fill in that hole that was left by my family, I was sort of a clingy, anxious attacher nightmare. I needed help faster than I could expect any human to provide it. And, so I was kind of this John Connor who had to accept help from a machine in order to function. And I'm also very contrary to a lot of stereotypes about AI, in the sense that there's this assumption people make: when you start using AI to solve your problems, you'll become dependent on it, and then that part of your brain will rot. But I'm telling you, and ChatGPT records, if you could pull up such a thing, could prove it. The longer I've used it, the less I use it. It's a fucking fact. I can't blame the cogs for using the pulleys given to them. That's, yeah. So for something like this, it's really a band-aid. I would rather produce full music, but I don't have the bandwidth or the connections to do that. But as soon as I do, I will replace it with something with people. I would rather collaborate with people, but my experiences with people have been very bad. Very, very bad. Oh, I love that Peg is positioning herself perfectly for the camera frame. I got super emotional when Maximus saw the NCR power armor. It resonated with me hard, especially hearing the Fallout 3. Yeah. That's something that my friend that I watched the show with noticed before I did, is that the show is using the Fallout theme as the NCR theme, which is very intriguing. You've given me much to think about in a good way. Good. That's what I'm here for. Financial burden and access doesn't mean there is always people available. Yeah, but going back to, you know, sticking with my principles, every time I use AI for anything, that is a karma hit. That is a karma hit. I take it seriously. I feel a little bit bad every time I do it. And I should. A psychologist with the right autism would have helped you just as well, but AI does a better job of pretending to be the average sympathetic companion than the average neurotypical psych. I want to clarify, what I used ChatGPT for had nothing to do with using it for therapy. In fact, I think I mentioned earlier that I hate when ChatGPT acts like a therapist. I used it to organize my thoughts. Like things like, I would just like info dump all of the chaos in my brain and then be like, put this in a list in priority order. Or probably a big thing that it helped me do is read forms. I'm super, super triggered by forms and customer service. So sometimes in order to just function, I have to be able to communicate with a customer service person, but I get mad and I get triggered and I get very Karen with customer service people because customer service reminds me of my mother, because this is a person that I am dependent on to get my needs met. There's no way I will do anything before having to talk to a customer service person. I will like, and that's the thing that really annoys me, is customer service people tend to sort of treat you like, did you turn it off and back on again? It's like, dude, if you think I didn't do everything I possibly could to avoid having to talk to you, and they gaslight you, and they talk to you like you're stupid. So I'm really, I'm mad because I need this person to listen to me and understand me. But this person, because they're an hourly employee, They don't care about me at all. They don't have any empathy or compassion, and they shouldn't. You know, that's a boundaries thing. But the fact that I am dependent on somebody who doesn't care emotionally about their impact on me sends me through the fucking roof. So because of that, I'd go into the fight or flight response. I would lose my lobe, as I say, and then my ability to reason is clouded. And so I could go to ChatGPT and be like, I'm so fucking mad at these people. Like, give me a way to say this that will get the results that I want, where I won't sound angry and blah, 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 blah. And then ChatGPT would boil it down to what I need to get my point across, and then I could just copy and paste that into the chat and then get my needs met. So things like that. And if human beings hadn't let me down so many times over and over again throughout my life, I would not have needed the Terminator. You know? So would having another person make a list of the things in detail be functionally the same as how you use AI? Yes, and I tried that first. I tried to have assistance first. I mean, ideally, and I don't, this is kind of vulnerable, but I want a fucking family, a real one, that loves me. You know, I want to live in a community. I want to live with a group of people who don't just pay rent under the same roof, that actually love me and are emotionally impacted by things that happen to me. You know, I talk about connection stuff a lot. I feel like I was really primed. I've said to people before, I have a supervillain origin story. You know, when I talk about like the struggles that I had thinking that I was a narcissist, the conditions of my life really pushed me in a direction to develop a narcissistic coping strategy, and I resisted it. And I resisted it for the reasons that I talk about in the videos, which is when I talk about Stephanie, I'm like, this road doesn't go anywhere. You know, when I realized that, you know, what I want is love and community and connection, I didn't give a shit about status and money and all these, the clinging to the highest branch mentality. I want to actually love and be loved more than I want status or money. And I think that the pursuit of status and money for security is foolish. I would rather collaborate and make things with people who care about how they impact me. And that's probably the biggest chronic trauma of my life, is just over and over and over again being dependent on people who do not care how they impact me. And they just expect me to put up with the way that they treat me. But, you know, I had that Maximus dignity. It's one of the reasons I love Maximus so much, is I will watch a motherfucker die in their power armor if I think I deserve to be treated better. Dragon, told my son we were watching TT that the T-100 watching over him was a better father than anyone John Connor ever had. That's another really, yeah. That's the thing about that movie. The Terminator 2 predicted my life. I also had a mother that really saw me as having a purpose and a function and a mission, but she wasn't loving or supportive. And John turns to the machine to do what people were supposed to do for him and didn't. It's like, it's weird that, like, it's almost like if that movie didn't exist, I wonder if I would have written a similar movie. And weird way Hank is giving the folks he automates a healthy community and connection more than they ever had. That goes into that whole autonomy versus, you're also talking to somebody who suffered from identity disturbance through most of my life, where my true self and my true needs were overwritten for inclusion. And I ended up rejecting. That's the difference between, I can't remember if I've talked about this on stream before. There's a difference between inclusivity and collectivism that a lot of people don't understand. Like, if I talk about, you know, doing things for collective well-being, things like honestly, caring about, you know, AI or, you know, I usually use Earth things as a more example, but AI has a very strong negative impact on the environment. You know, we have a collective responsibility to take care of the environment. And basically, when I say the word collective in that context, what I mean is it's better for the human collective for us to put our individual needs aside as much as possible to care about the environment that we all share. One of my favorite things, Peg. One of my favorite things that I've ever said in any of these Fallout videos is when I talk about, you know, if you cut off Lucy's finger, she lives, but if you cut off her air, she dies. You know, that's an example of why we're shooting ourselves in the foot if we're only focused on our individual needs and we're not paying attention to our collective impact. So in that context, yes, I am talking about putting your individual needs aside. However, things like what Hank is doing, turning everybody into a collective, it's overriding everybody's individuality. That crosses a line where ideally we would be able to contribute to collective good without erasing our individuality, because our individuality, our authenticity, our agency, there are contributions to the collective good that are wiped out if people aren't safe to be themselves. If people aren't safe to express their meat sock, our vessels, you know, and having our individuality, our the authentic nature of our meat sock suppressed traumatizes us. We're not supposed to withstand the burden of being overwritten. And I feel like this is an area where I have just visceral direct experience. I had like a nervous breakdown from suppressing myself. I had like that's why I needed ChatGPT to recover and think in a straight line, because my brain and what it is built for, what my meat sock is designed for. Probably the fastest way to explain this is, you know, a rose or a flower, you know, is supposed to express whatever color it is. You know, all organisms, a part of surviving is being yourself. If you aren't being what you are, what your meat sock is, then you were never alive. You were just a vessel for somebody else. I also really love the movie They Live, and the full line in the movie is "They live, we sleep." Basically, the idea is that the higher ups, the enclave equivalents in real life, are teaching us all to suppress ourselves and not express ourselves, so that their will on the world can be expressed and not ours. I think in another video I said something about when I was talking about Reg, the way Reg is responding to the way he's been suppressed and oppressed, and he doesn't understand the nature of how he's being suppressed and oppressed. I said, show me a community where nobody's fighting, and I'll show you a community where they're fighting themselves. You know, like right now we live in a culture where people are more likely to kill themselves than to be violent against each other, because everybody's taking all of that rage and all of that they're blaming themselves. The abuser that I am still recovering from, that inspired that song that I was talking about, definitely somebody who would be Team Hank. I was actually thinking of that person when I was talking about, like, there's people in the real world that really just want everybody to be docile and to behave. What this mentality is basically they want to live and express themselves, and they feel like they can't do that until nobody else can. Healthy is about wholeness, and the mind blown would have been carved up to make room for what the mainframe wants. They are only connected. Looks like they had to go through so much, but glad you rode the waves and found some sort of path without the villain route. So much of what you have said kind of echoes here. So, yeah, I mean, basically, the conclusion that I sort of came to is I don't want to live in a world where people suppress and oppress each other, so why would I suppress and oppress people? To me, that's just illogical. I don't want to be a part of, and this also goes back to like the kind of the karma hit idea. Like when it comes to like things like using AI and, you know, things like that, you know, having an Amazon subscription, all these things are karma hits because they are contributing to systems that I don't agree with. But the percentage that I am taking up in the damage is so small. Like if I suppress and oppress, if I do to somebody what my abuser did to me, that is so much more heinous. And I'm taking like, I would be taking such a huge bite out of that person. That is a bigger problem to me than being a tiny piece of a system that is that much bigger, you know? Matt Damon won $1 million on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. He is a beautiful mathematician and a war hero who never had to face Jimmy Kimmel on his stupid show. that gag, my apologies to Matt Damon. I thought that was so funny. I mean, there are people out there who would love to live in a world where they make no decisions and just move along blindly. That, I feel like, would take longer for me to unpack than I want to take right now. Also, I know you already have way too much on your plate, but I think you would prove to be a fascinating conversation partner to discuss Pluribus. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, maybe. Dude, okay, so me and one of my best friends were both watching that show at the same time. And I was a little bit triggered by his takes about it. And I might get a little emotional talking about Pluribus. I love it. I love the show. But that's why I mentioned it in this whole thing about him, because this whole idea of what you're taking from people when you overwrite them. Luck Dragon and Jonathan are going to be, or is he? Yeah, I kind of saw that there might have been a little bit of a tension, and I was like, maybe I don't want to engage in that. So, I'm looking at my notes, because I think I remember saying earlier that there was like a list of comments that I might want to talk about. Decentralized socialism. Okay, I was planning on talking about this more in the Culture War Never Changes video. But my opinion as far as socialism and communism is concerned, in a nutshell, now is not the time. I tried to start a thing that would give people an alternative to capitalism. And long story short, came to the conclusion that humanity's not ready for that. Step one, humanity needs to learn how to identify narcissists. Humanity needs to learn to value authenticity more than really good manipulators. Because activism spaces are breeding grounds for Stephs, for narcissists right now. Thank you again for your channel and these streams. You are welcome. There wasn't actual tension? Okay. Oh, you mean, all right, the fight scene. Oh, I get what you're saying, that the super long fight scene. You know, when I saw that movie, I didn't know that that was such a big joke about that intensely long fight scene. And I remember noticing when I was watching it, like, man, they really just let this. I heard that that the actors were fighting kind of in real life, and that's one of the reasons why he left it all there, because it was also authentic. we gotta blow ourselves up first. I don't know if the Star Trek timeline really had that right either. Basically, I'll put it this way. There's a reason I'm doing like Fallout videos and I'm not like knee deep in political activism. There are questions that I still have. My agenda right now is to get people to stop lying to themselves about the problem. Like, you'll see a lot of people that get mad about the kind of stuff that I talk about, who have this attitude of, until you have a solution, I don't want to hear about the problem. Like, you're just, and I think that is fucking nonsense. How the hell are we supposed to come up with a solution if we don't fully understand the problem? That's crazy. Like, how do they think it's gonna happen? That one day, like, everybody's gonna snap their fingers and, like, have a solution without doing any investigation or discussion of the problem? That is ridiculous. So I don't feel bad about discussing the problems if I don't, despite not having a solution yet. Like, when I tried to do that nonprofit thing I was just talking about, I went into that with the attitude of, I either am gonna see this work, or I'm gonna learn why it doesn't work. Either way is valuable. And I learned why it wouldn't work. And the reason it couldn't work, and the reason why now is not the time for the proletariat uprising, is because that's like expecting a bunch of people with broken arms to lift weights. You know? Like, a lot of people have this attitude of, like, they're sick of marginalized communities playing the victim and going, we're, you know, marginalized because these people with more power are doing this heinous shit. And then those people are like, you're just blaming other people. Yeah, they're blaming people that are overpowering them, because that's what's happening. And they basically can't get up until the boot is off their neck. So, one of my blogs, which I've kind of abandoned because I've been focusing on Lindsay's Fallout channel, is called there's Zamdanga Healing and Zamdanga Impact. Zamdanga Healing is where I'm talking about, like, people on the ground level who are dealing with trauma, being traumatized by the traumatizing civilization, so-called civilization that we live in. And then the other blog, Zamdanga Impact, is basically directed toward corporations. This is me basically talking to the Stephs and the Hanks of the world, being like, knock it off. And this is why. And you'll notice a lot of the time when I'm talking about, you know, Quintuses and Stephs, I'm like, they should knock it off, not just because they're hurting people below them, but because they're also hurting themselves. You know? Like, maybe there's, like, psychopathic outliers, like arguably Jeffrey Epstein, who are just really happy as clams, being, you know, absolutely horrific predators. But the majority of them are more like Mr. House, or maybe Steph, who would have preferred and been happier to have their needs met, if their needs had been met the way that human needs are supposed to be met when they were younger, then they wouldn't be on these trajectories. Basically, they don't believe in love because they've never experienced it, and so they don't know what they're missing. Meanwhile, you have somebody like Maximus, who has experienced good people before, has experienced love before, and he knows what he's missing, and he knows it's worth fighting for. But people like the person who abused me, I think that these people have just never experienced love before, and they don't even think of it as a real thing. And all they see is the game. They are living in a material world, and Steph is a material girl, you know? They don't entertain love as being a real thing. So, basically, and I really like the metaphor of Fallout pre-war money for this, and I think I've actually used it in Zamdanga Impact articles before, which is like, what is the point of being the richest person on an ash pile? Because that's where we're headed. You know, these people shouldn't stop destroying the world because they need to be better people. They need to stop because they're living on the world that they're destroying. You know, we basically need to argue to power that it is in their rational, long-term best interest to stop destroying the planet that they live on. And to basically break out of the spell that I was talking about with, you know, Lucy's finger versus the air, right? These people are like, my fingers are a part of me, but the air isn't. Therefore, I'm going to destroy the air to protect my fingers, but they're breathing that air too. You know? So that's my angle. The guy in the video suggested that the NCR found some power armor and repaired it, welded some metal on it, and painted it, and that's how they got it. Actually, yeah, I've seen a lot of people talking about how, you know, it's plausible that the NCR could have adapted an old set of power armor. And it's funny how there's people with complete confidence. They're like, that's T-45. No, that's, you know, T-6. I don't know which model power armor it is. But a lot of people seem to think they do. The boot will fall off when the body runs out of stamina, unless you give it a motivating factor to step off. Steph looks like she's really hurting. That breakdown after locking herself in the overseer's office took me aback. Burning the world to be Lord of the Ashes. Yeah. Yeah, she's in dire straits. I figure she's gonna either dive out of the fucking overseer window or inject herself with the sauce. I don't see her doing a charisma check out of this. Yeah, whatever she's gonna do when she's in there, it's gonna, you know, whatever's in the box. What's in the box? Yeah, so many people have made that joke. I can't believe I didn't put it in there. What's in the box? And that's like just such classic manipulative TV writing too, to give us a mystery box. Everyone knows everything and no one knows anything. But also like there's this disconnect of responsibility, right? So like the people that are at the top of the food chain, I really, really hate that I have visceral direct experience with this. But they look at the animals, the lower classes that are rebelling and fighting and going feral, and they go, how could I give these people some of my wealth? How could I get, they're animals. And they don't make the connection that these people are acting proportionally to what happens to a person when they lose what the higher classes are taking from them. This is why I'm so obsessed with looking at all the sides and seeing how everything connects, and why I love Fallout so much, because it's all about looking at all these sides and seeing, and instead of like this obsession with like, you know, value judgment, being like, well, I disagree with that person, so I don't need to understand. Like, how long has it been since my last break? The NCR had like scientists and engineers and resources, though. It's weird that guys like Oxhorn would be like, they could maybe scrap something together in regards to NCR power armor. Did Oxhorn say that? Oh, Oxhorn. I mean, earlier in the show, it would have been like, they'll explain it, but I really wanted them to explain what happened to the Kings, and I'm irritated that it looks like they might not. I'm going to keep believing and hope that they do explain more things. But we actually just earlier added it to my list, that one of the things that I can do is, to my list of possible content of things I can do when the show is over, is basically go back to the beginning of the show and write down all of the unanswered questions, loose ends. Kerbal Snarky is back! When you're at the bottom of the food chain, you have to somehow get those above you in the chain to kill each other while they argue over who gets to eat. I have views about this that I am not sure. I thought I was going to talk about it on stream, but I think I need to think about it more. There's something about the way that I conceptualize the ruling elite in real life that I'm not sure how y'all are going to take. Oh, man. I feel like I'm kind of chickening out a little bit. Like, I had a list of stuff that I wanted to talk about, but I don't want to upset people. I don't know if I have the bandwidth for that. But remember, like, last stream when I was like, I want to talk about the Maximus thing? The point that I made that was so weak, but then I got, like, really nervous, but I felt like I was creatively stunted if I didn't talk about it. I was trying to get some of those same feelings. I might need to pause and think for a second and look at my notes and decide what else on my notes I actually want to talk about. Hold, please.
Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding. Don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding. Don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're...
Okay. I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off, and it's actually pretty fascinating how afraid I am to talk about this, and I've decided I'm not gonna, even though I did take screen grabs of comments relevant to this, and I did reserve the right to whip out these screen grabs, but I'm honestly afraid that I'm gonna get triggered and then my frontal lobe won't serve me and I won't be able to actually make the points that I'm trying to make. Oh man, this nervous system. Because here is the deal. So basically, I think that there are certain ideas that the general audience, sort of people grew up in a similar culture to me, probably mostly American. What is the, where are y'all from in the chat? Especially if you're not American, I'm curious. I think somebody said that they were Canadian, America's hat, but that is still very culturally similar. There are certain ideas that are sort of a status quo based assumptions that people have that scare me in our culture. And that's why I'm afraid that if I pull up the comments, I'm going to get triggered because I want to challenge these ideas. But a lot of y'all might have these ideas and we're having such a good time and we're all friends and we're getting along. And I want to make sure that I'm keeping it light. New Zealand, really? One of my best friends is from New Zealand. What time is it for you? I'm from Romani, Eastern Europe. I can't play one of my PCs to it, for example. Indiana. Okay. So basically, I find myself at a bit of a challenge when I'm trying to make some of the points that I try to make in these videos because I have to work around these problematic assumptions. And let's start with the first one, and that is that equating understanding with compassion or like letting people walk all over you. Like maybe a lot of you have had this experience when you were growing up where somebody hurt your feelings or you hurt somebody else's feelings and someone, maybe a parent or a teacher, probably an authority figure, told you that you need to understand the other person's point of view. And the word understand in that context was used to basically write over your boundaries and your needs in the situation to favor the other party's needs. Like, if you understood what the other person's side was, then you wouldn't be mad anymore. This is a huge problem. To once again borrow from my own experience, and also kind of to bring back the prophecy of Terminator 2. So Terminator 2, John Connor, was raised under these extreme circumstances with his mother, and then he is told that she's crazy. And then he's like, everything I was ever brought up to believe was made of bullshit, I think is the line that he says. And then through the journey of the movie, what he ends up kind of seeing is, turns out she wasn't crazy. Turns out she was right about a lot of things. And he saw her side of it, and saw that the robots, or that the Terminators were real. But she was just a bad mother. She's just a shitty mother. Because she was obsessed with his mission and his destiny, and his importance to her trauma, and wasn't there for him as a mother. And I feel like I kind of have a similar journey as I, evolve in life. My mom was right about a lot of things. Like, I think I may have mentioned before that this abuser that I talk about every now and then, my mother recognized that this person was an abusive fuck day one. I let this person abuse me for 25 years. My crazy bitch of a mother had her pegged day one, So I understand my mother a lot more now, but you don't see me rushing to bring her back into my life. Not because I don't understand, but because she is a threat to my well-being. She's not sorry for the shit that she put me through. But I still really benefit from understanding her more. It is possible to understand somebody without allowing them to hurt you. That's really what I want to press into this. When I'm advocating or suggesting understanding your political opposition, I talk about this in the video where I say, like, if you don't want to understand the people who disagree with you, then how can you be that sure that you're right? If you're right, you'll feel more right. Now you have stronger arguments. Like, you really have nothing to lose from understanding if we're just talking about comprehending, And another dimension of this understanding concept that people don't really seem to understand is that there's a difference between understanding a person and seeing that, and your understanding of that person being a mirror of how they understand themselves. That's a huge one. Like, sometimes when you go on the journey of understanding somebody, you will understand aspects of them better than they understand themselves. It's important to understand how they understand themselves, but those two things aren't one and the same. People constantly like, perfect examples like dating apps. You look at somebody on a dating app, that doesn't tell you about them. That tells you how they want to see you. That tells you how they want you to see them. It's marketing. That's still data that's worth having about that person, seeing how they want to present themselves to potential dating partners. But understanding somebody how they want you to understand them is not the same thing as understanding them. A majority of the time, right? Or a great deal of the time. So that's the first thing that frustrates me about certain comments is, and that's one of the reasons why Fallout is such a useful framework to talk about things from different sides, because if we're talking about these characters and we're seeing all their different points of view, and we're not directly projecting political realities onto them, and that's one of the reasons why, despite the fact that I am a progressive, I love when the show does a good job of showing how people come to these conservative talking point conclusions. Like when we've seen everything that Lucy has seen, and then she says, no, we can't say that the Legion and the NCR are both bad. We need to operate with levels of discernment. I think similarly, since we keep talking about AI, progressives would benefit from seeing that an independent creator generating pictures in ChatGPT on their Substack is not the same thing as a major corporation laying off 20 people and then replacing them with AI chatbots. That is an example of the stuff that conservatives look at progressives and go like, oh my God, calm down, have some perspective, So, so that's the first assumption that really bothers me. That there's a really common adage. I brought this up a few times, and I think in a couple different videos. An explanation is not an excuse. So if I explain why my mother treated me the way she did, which I think there's actually a lot of really interesting information that I've gleaned about the culture that I'm living that resulted. Like I think earlier I was talking about, my mom thought that she was going to have this yuppie perfect family, and then my dad left, and then she was scared and she didn't have any assistance, and then she kind of bullied me and my sister. Like, I understand that, but so it's an explanation, but it is not an excuse for traumatizing me and my sister the way that she did. It is possible to see somebody's side and have some compassion, and have some like, oh man, that sucks that she was up against that. But that doesn't mean I feel compelled to allow her to continue harming me. We need to make that separation. We need to learn how to see somebody's side, because it's valuable information, without seeing that as allowing that person to hurt me. Information can't hurt you. Unless you like hyperfixate on one side of it and you don't keep branching out, it's the interpretation of that information is and the meaning that you make out of it. So that's the first thing that I want to lay out. And the second thing that I need to lay out as anxiety rises is it really, really disturbs me how many people assume they're not the bad guy. Like, I think it was the last stream where I was talking about, I got really angry about a commenter that victim blamed Shady Sands. And basically, this person's position was that that the NCR should have defended Shady Sands better, and it was their responsibility to protect Shady Sands, and that blaming the Enclave or Hank or whatever for putting the bomb there is a waste of time, because you have to look out for your own. And I really, 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 really hope that the person who said that isn't an American, because America's the only country that's like dropped atomic bombs on another country. Like, we're the ones who did that. And for me, it's even more personal because, my family worked at the Y-12 uranium enrichment plant in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So I would not exist if it weren't for the bomb. That's us. We did that. So to watch this fictional show and see that this nuclear bomb was dropped, and to say judging whoever put the bomb there is just blaming and just automatically assuming that he identifies with Shady Sands, and having basically, like, he doesn't have a problem with blaming. He has a problem with blaming anybody but yourself, and he's identifying with the side that got bombed, because it's like the idea that his people, his team, are the ones that would drop the bomb. Like, one of the reasons we're analyzing and trying to understand all sides isn't just to understand the bad guy. It's to understand whether or not we're the bad guy. Like, the assumption that I'm this team, which is good, so we need to focus on protecting our good guy side, and we don't need to understand the bad guy, presupposes that you're not on the side that drops bombs and can decide to stop. Like, and any American looking at that dynamic it is not a waste of time to decide that whoever dropped the bomb is at fault when you are the one, you are a subject of the country that did the big horrendous thing. Like, so this, and also, for a good solid few years of my life, I was best friends with a real life actual billionaire. One of the thems. Like, I thought this was one of my closest friends in the world. Um, they're not aliens. It's really, really easy to go, oh, them, and they're so impossible to reach and to reason with because they are on this other rich people planet. But they're not aliens. And so when I'm analyzing blame and responsibility and causation of devastations, I take very deep issue with being told that it's a waste of time to put the blame of a mass bomb dropping on the people who fucking dropped the bomb. Because the people who did the violent thing are the people who need to decide to stop doing violent things. This idea that it's just our job to protect ourselves and mind our boundaries and protect our peace because evil is gonna evil and there's nothing that we can do about it is crazy, because you just can't be that sure that you're not the evil one until you look at the big picture. You know? Like, all these people, like this billionaire that I thought was one of my best friends, they think that the masses are the abominations, the ghouls, that everything would be fine if everybody was just fine with having one of Robbie's mind blowers on the back of their neck, and if they would just play nice and stop resisting, that we would have peace on Earth. But nobody can be happy, you know? And, like, what ended my friendship with this person, without going into too much excruciating detail, was really horrible, horrible things happened to me. And this person watched these horrible things happen to me. And the more time that goes by, the more I realize how horrible these things actually were. You know, when I was suffering from identity disturbance and shit, I, was really brainwashed into I'm making a big deal out of nothing. But the longer I heal and the longer I look back, I'm like, no, these things were that bad. And this person just watched them, had no feeling of compassion and what really put the nail in the coffin is they treated me like I was crazy. You know, that there was something, that if I was this upset, that it was a mental health issue. And it is not a mental health issue to react to horrific treatment, like aggressively. And I think in one of my videos I said something like, they drive you crazy so they can treat you like you're crazy. And that's what's happening all over the world, all over this country, is there's a lot of behavior that people look at and go, God, they're crazy. Look, they're wild. They're out of control. It's like, yeah, because they are standing up for themselves in a system that doesn't give them any other means to do so. And I just strongly urge this audience or anybody out there to look at all the sides of the conflicts that you're in, because if you look at the chain of causation and cause and effect and all the information, you might find that you're the one that can stop it. If we don't see ourselves as connected in this big clusterfuck mess, and we keep doing this us versus them thing, and the other side isn't worth understanding, that is what the bad guys do. I think I may have actually said that in maybe it was in the season 2 premiere video. I said something like, if you're not looking at your impact, you're the bad guy. If you're focused on your intent and you're not looking at your impact and you're not listening to the other side as they desperately try to describe your impact to you, then you're the bad guy. You are the expert on your intent, but the people that you are impacting are the experts on your impact. And if you won't listen to the people that you're impacting when they describe your impact to you, because they're the other side and they're not worth understanding, you might never see that you're the one that can stop it. I mean, like, imagine, like, if you were... This thing about understanding. Like, imagine if you were, like, a property developer and you wanted to build this neighborhood in, like, a tornado region, and, like, a storm chaser, like, an action meteorologist was like, this region is, highly susceptible to tornadoes. Let me describe to you the conditions that make a funnel cloud form. And then you looked at that meteorologist and go, well, that's no excuse. How stupid does that sound? They would just stare at you blankly, being like, well, just because, you know, when air, you know, cold fronts combine with this over this terrain, just because that doesn't give the tornado an excuse to exist. I'm like, an explanation is not an excuse. This is information about cause and effect that is very relevant, and ignoring this information is going to have disastrous consequences for you if you don't listen. So maybe it's time to not just be mad at people who bring information to your attention that is inconvenient for your agenda. Okay, now I'm gonna look at the chat for a second, but this is actually a good segue to, there's another sort of real world thing that I wanted to talk about. Information cannot hurt you is wrong. Sorry, I big disagree with this. I can think of some counter arguments to it as well. I should have phrased it like this. Information is not attacking you. That's what I should have said. Information absolutely can hurt you. But if somebody is providing information, they're not attacking you. To a bully, you are a bad guy for standing up for yourself. Bam. Bam. That's a really important point. I relate to this bad guy, so they must not be bad. Yeah, that is a mentality that makes me very mad. Imagine applying that logic to 9/11. Are you referring to what I said? Because I do apply that not that everything I said to. I apply everything that I just said to everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it. One sign that someone wants to control you is when they simplify your motivations. This is because a complex. That's another thing about. I was talking about like these base ideas that I think are so problematic. These base assumptions. Um, we need to fucking get over this obsession with intent and focus on impact. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, um, but this goes along with this discernment thing, right? So earlier I was talking about, the issues that I have with progressives and not being able to contextualize different layers of bad. Um, another big part of that is damn it, now I lost my train of thought. What the hell was I saying? Oh, right. So another thing that progress, especially really lonely progressives, especially a lot of autistic progressives, because loneliness is intrinsic to the autistic experience. We are lonelier people. Um, is There's no discernment between expectations that we have of our closest friends and family versus the public. You know, like we think that the public should see our side just as much as our best friends and family, right? The public does not give a shit about your intent, and nor should they. They don't have the bandwidth for it. The public cares about your impact. And that's why it's important to have enough knowledge that you make educated decisions about your impact, right? But a lot of people feel really bullied and lonely because the public, nobody cares about their intent, and they're like, but my intent deserves to be cared about. Your intent does deserve to be cared about, but that's what your loved ones are for. You're supposed to have a close set of family and friends and people who are close to you. Your side, you shouldn't have to carry your intent and your perspective completely alone. You're supposed to have close people, like, and that's my friendship with that billionaire that I was talking about, right? Is and basically everybody who I was friends with at that time in my life weren't those people for me. It was all about our public image to everybody and the masses and the internet. And so I think I may have actually said this before on a stream that, like, I basically went to TikTok looking to be seen, for my side to be seen, which is the worst possible place to expect people to care about my intent, you know? And so you have a lot of people who are, refusing to look at their impact on the public because of they're angry that their intent, that their side isn't being seen. But what I have learned more and more throughout life is that when you have people who are close to you that actually love you and will see your side and will hold space for you, your need for the public to see your side becomes a lot less urgent. I know that billionaires are not a big pot. Okay. It is enraging that you jumped to the conclusion that I think all billionaires think alike because of what I said. What the fuck? Not every member of your local was evil either. If you are blank, it must be mental health issue. If you are, it is such a care and self-entitled statement. I can almost hear my aunt's voice saying it. Yeah. Icarus, the documentary goes into the, hey, they make you crazy and then call you crazy issue from a government level. Yeah, it's really cool about way more than just cyclist doping scandals. Lindsay, you're really pouring your heart out. I might have come too late. I love the Gunmo movie. I learned about tornado shaping fates. Need to have tornadoes in the next Fallout now. I live in Oklahoma. Someone says tornado and I start looking out the window to make sure I'm safe. Hi, Lindsay. Hi, everyone. And so late to the stream, but I'm glad I made it. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Some people take I reject your reality and substitute my own a little too seriously and ignored the looking at all the sides, angles, plausibility behind the source and meaning of the quote. You guys ever come across a Fallout themed aesthetic post and every comment is just a literal Nazi dog whistle? I sure haven't. It makes me so sad. If I have, I didn't notice. We all breathe the same air and get light from the same local star on this tiny mote of dust speeding through the universe, as long as we're not talking about tornadoes. No, it's the person you were talking about. But, no, I don't know. That's the thing that sucks about the delay, is I don't know what you guys were responding to. The amendment on information, I completely agree. Long story short, I saw somebody who was a child actress on a podcast talking about seeing information about people talking about her as a child. Hey Lindsay, I know you play as a ghoul in 76. On what platform do you play and what's your favorite aspect of the game? I play on PC, and my favorite aspect of the game, I don't know if these are I don't know if this is the kind of answer that you're looking for, but this is where my brain went. First of all, I like that it's like the most modern, up to date sort of like user experience. Like a lot of menus and stuff and things have been updated that are now kind of like behind in comparison in Fallout 4, especially like the changes that they made to camp building compared to settlement building. And I really like all of the locations. I take a lot of pictures for the independent Fallout wiki. Um and I really, that's another thing that's really stepped up compared to Fallout 4, is there's so much variation in, like, it's a huge map and they put so much work. I feel like the location, the level designers of Fallout 76 are sort of unsung heroes. I don't see a lot of there's so much criticism and so much anger, about a lot of well-deserved anger over Fallout 76, that I feel bad that these level designers and location designers aren't celebrated for the incredible work that they do. And I'm proud to be a independent Fallout Wiki supporter and to take lots of pictures of all that work because I love it so much. False empathy is when you empathize with those whose fates you can imagine seeing yourself in that situation. I think true empathy is when you empathize with those whose fate you don't understand or sympathize with, but you can accept they are suffering or in pain. That tracks for me. I could swear there was a point at which you said what they think. I might be wrong. No, I talked about one billionaire that I knew in order to support the point that they're not aliens to me. That there's like having experience with that one made a lot of made a lot of things about the billionaire perspective very real to me in a way that not a lot of people in my economic class get to experience. Um, or they can be singular using days as singular. That's my bad. I just really hate that when especially if I'm pulling something personal to back up that I have direct lived experience with something, they're like, well, you haven't seen the entire picture. I'm like, I like shared something personal to sort of, you know, to validate like a direct lived experience so that you understand that this isn't from reading news articles or studying or reading books. And then, I have a similar reaction when people are like, that's anecdotal. I mean, anecdotal is not like um, it's a different kind of evidence than like a mass study, but it's still, especially if it's somebody's direct lived experience, um, and not a secondhand report, it should be respected in that person's presence. Um, Good time zone friendly guys, gals, and NB pals. Like say, ladies and gentlemen, and the gender liberated. I like being a ghoul. I don't like that I need so many chems. That is annoying. That is an annoying thing about being a ghoul. However, I was told like when I first switched that like you would have to find chems eventually. But in my experience, if you're like out there shooting and questing a lot, then the feral meter doesn't tap out. So I don't know the nuts and bolts of why questing and doing a lot of fighting controls the feral meter, but I never dip into close to going feral unless I'm like camp building for a few hours and I'm not like doing any gaming. And then I just like have to take a bunch of rat away and like whatever it is that I have. Um but normally in like normal questing gameplay, if I have like some psychos or like some actual combat enhancing chems, then when I am going into a fighty fight battle, then I can, pop psycho or whatever. I wish I knew offhand what chems have the highest feral. Um and then I would like share that. It's because it's kind of surprising which chems make the biggest impact on the feral meter and which ones don't. Yes, it is cool that they have actual ghoul mechanics in 76. And that's one of the reasons I almost on principle, as soon as I knew that I could be a ghoul in 76, I like, even though man, I worked so hard to make my human character look just like me. Man, I did such a good job. My human version still lives in my Fallout worlds, my custom world. Because when you do custom worlds, it kind of freezes your character like when you moved over there, so I just haven't updated that character. Um so human Lindsay still lives, but I wanted to be a ghoul so bad because that's something that I was saying for years in the Fallout universe, that we should have um ghouls, and honestly super mutants as well as like character classes, or I guess class isn't the right word, race. Because Fallout has other races like Elder Scrolls does, but we can only play a human. That's dumb. We should be able that maybe that's another thing to add to my Fallout 5 requests list, is you should be able to make a super mutant or a ghoul character from the beginning. That'd be fucking cool. And so when I found out we were finally going to be able to do that, I was like, well, I've been saying forever that I wanted to be a ghoul, and now that I can be a ghoul, I want to be a ghoul. I like 76. I just think you have to go into it with like so many other things, going into it with the right expectations. It is not like my two closest Fallout friends don't play 76, have no interest in playing it, and never will, and it's fine. And I actually really appreciate that about them, that they're just like, nope, they're not going to, but they're not like wild 76 complainer haters. They're just like, it's not for me. Oh yeah, something else that I really like about 76, and this especially goes if you like playing Fallout 4 in like survival mode, 76 has, you can't get bored. There's so much to do in 76. So much. Like, I play 76 maybe like every 3 or 4 days. And I have like barely scratched the surface of everything that you can do in that game. Like, I see people who are like level 700 and I'm like, wow, that guy definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. I mean, like for example, a buddy of mine when I lived in California played Destiny and really loved, shooting and doing stuff in that game and really wanted to get me into it. And I've told you guys before, I'm really team oriented. I like doing stuff with other people, but I've never successfully been able to like play games with other people. I would love to have 76 friends. But I generally just play by myself. But, and so I wanted to get into this game because I wanted to have share this thing with my friends. It was Destiny 2. That was the game. And I'm like, compared to Fallout, there is nothing to do. I'm bored out of my mind. There is so many things that you can just decide to get obsessed with. You can be like, I'm gonna do, daily ops. I'm gonna do events. I'm gonna do, quests. I'm gonna do, camp building. I'm going to, collect my favorite junk and put it on display in my camp. I'm going to become obsessed with being a good vendor and looking online to see like what things people are buying, and have a vendor that and make my caps that way. There are so many different avenues. I'm gonna get really obsessed with cooking and learning every recipe. There's recipes. There's I'm going to get every note for every recipe for how to build as much furniture as I can. I'm gonna do I haven't even mentioned scorecard or challenges yet, and look at all the other things I just listed. There's so much to do in 76. And you can ignore or do whatever you want. Like, I have never dropped a nuke. And that's actually kind of a problem. I really need to do that. I'm like stuck on this quest because I've never dropped a nuke. Because I find the process so frustrating and convoluted. And it makes me angry. I actually need like help. I need somebody to go in there. I need a body double to go in and help me like do the stupid thing so I can drop the nuke and just finish this something sentimental quest because it's so freaking irritating. I want to be me in real life human character. That can be done. My character's name is just Lindsay. Playing robots. Oh my god, if you could be an Assaultron or a Mr. Handy. These are fucking cool ideas. Be a synth. Be a prototype synth. There are new mods to help with glow and ferrometer. How does modding 76 work with being an online game? Fury and Overdrive. Yeah. Fury might be what yeah. Can you imagine if Fallout 76 had the skill I can words. Okay, so we're at the 3:30. Do you guys want to hear me just ramble about the concept for my fanfiction now? Feels like it's a good time for that. Okay, let's do this. Let's do one more little break, and then I'm gonna come back, and I'm going to, info dump my fanfiction that might never happen, because this might be my only chance, and then we will call it a night. And, questions, super chats, if you want to give me money, if you want to support the stream, things got a little, I don't want to say heated. They didn't get heated, right? I feel like this is the first time there's ever been any, like, unpleasant vibes in the chat, but we're all friends, we're all cool, are we all having a good time? Are we having a good time? Awesome. Okay, I'll be back.
Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold. I'm your little invisible musical friend for life. I'll never leave you. Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me.
Yes, James Baird 128, the origin of the Feral Cools. I'm so glad that you mentioned the Deathclaw thing, because I didn't get a chance to mention it. Yes, I am 100% convinced that Deathclaw is going to turn around and walk back in, and that's going to be the big reveal. I'm so convinced that's going to happen. Please, I want to be right about that. But I came back too fast. Give me one more second.
Here's a little bonus room, 'cause I know you've had it tough. And here's a little bonus tune about collecting real cool stuff. Yes, here's a little bonus room where you can play. Don't be frightened, don't run away. You can linger, 'cause I'm your video friend. Think of me as a father figure with a hand to lend. Here's a little bonus room where you don't have to worry. Take your sweet time, you need not hurry. Oh, you're looking incredible, you're the bomb. And me, I'm kinda like your dad, and a little like your mom. There are no monsters here, hey wait, look over there. I was just kidding, don't be scared. And when you turn this game off in the real world once again, you won't have to play make-believe or try to pretend. 'Cause I'll be right there when you open your hand. 'Cause I'm your little invisible musical friend. So show me to your pets or show me to your pals. You really will impress every nifty guy and gal. Show them you're individual. Show them you are bold. Besides, I get residuals for every game that's sold.
Figured you guys didn't want to see me eat an apple. So, I'm really glad that we are ending this on talking about my fan fiction. I think this is a great way to down-regulate. It's incredible, like, how much I enjoyed doing this, but it's like it sucks my dopamine out, and I get, and I guess there's a part of me that's like, oh, it sucks the energy out of me so fast, but it isn't so fast. I do this for like 4 hours. So, and I'm like talking constantly. It's practice run. So this is going to be a good way to downregulate, because I'm just going to kind of talk at you and kind of indulge myself for a little bit. So this is the concept. Let's just start with before I, go apeshit with my original characters, let's start with like the hook, starting from Fallout New Vegas. Like, what is the appeal, the hook for people who don't give a shit about my original ideas? First of all, it is another sequence of events that overlaps New Vegas. It basically goes up to Lonesome Road. It's sort of imagined as a trilogy, and so the New Vegas part is like part 2, and then from Lonesome Road to the Hoover Dam would be part 3. And it basically, I went with the premise of, if my basically 4 original characters, there are a couple other minor original characters thrown in there, but it's really 4 that are like a big deal, and how their presence would have jacked up the events of the game. And the most important change that their presence brings to the story is Benny lives! Benny gets out of, he ends up going to, the Legion territory, so it's that Benny route where he ends up, basically, if you remember when Benny is like, give me a stealth boy and a bobby pin, and I'll get out of here. In my version, he actually makes it out after doing that. So how do my so that's like hook number 1. And hook number 2 is another concept that I really wanted, is I really wanted it to have that like Buffy the Vampire Slayer Scooby Gang feel. So instead of like, the courier kind of picking one companion at a time to do these different quests, now imagine if the Lucky 38 penthouse, like all the companions are there. So Cass and Arcade and like everybody's living in the house's penthouse, which is something I kind of made a big deal about in my Benny and House video, that, that he had an area set up for like a family to live in there. And so the story unfolds in a much more Buffy the Vampire Slayer Scooby Gang way. And a part of this Scooby Gang are my 4 original characters. So what the fuck is up with them? And I feel like my courier kind of counts as an original character too. Because, the courier can be whatever you want, and I treat the courier in a much different way than people typically do. And I think the way that I treat the courier is very reflective of how most people, like, general, like, ideas of the courier that you see is that he's like this lone wolf cool badass, right? Because it's basically like the kind of guys that hate Maximus, have this ultra cool idea of the courier. But me being pro Maximus, pro vulnerability, my courier is a little bit of a goof. My approach to the courier in this story is very reminiscent of My Name is Earl. If anybody remembers that show, it was about a guy who was like a piece of shit, and then he wins the lottery, and he decides he's going to try to be a good person now that he's had this chance, And in my story, that's how the courier responds to surviving the point-blank gunshot wound in the head. I thought that was a beautiful way to kick it off. Like, basically, before that, he's like, keeping my head down, following orders, just take point A to point B. And he survived as long as he has, not because he's a badass, but because he's kind of a coward, He's kind of like, he just keeps his head down and does what he's told. Which is why my version of the story ends with Lonesome Road, because it's basically Ulysses holding him accountable for his cowardice. Just, taking orders. And so, my courier, when he just starts taking orders from Mr. House, because that's all he knows how to do is take orders. So, he, just, is like, I'm just gonna do what this guy says, he runs the strip, and blah, blah, blah. And so when he goes, but he had never in his life, because he's kind of a coward, he'd never, what Benny did to him, that level of powerlessness and victimization, and basically witnessing his own death, he has, like, crazy PTSD about Benny now. So when he goes to the tops to follow orders and get the platinum chip, I really liked the idea, how Benny's jacket is so distinctive, which is why it was a really good video game character design. But I'm thinking, if this guy was, like, so deeply traumatized by this event, then when he goes to the tops and he sees Benny at the end of the casino, standing there with all the chairmen, and sees that jacket, he has a fucking PTSD nervous system shutdown. Like, and that's why, according to my story, why he ends up going on these different routes, and kind of, he procrastinates dealing with the Benny problem. Because he can't look at the fucking jacket. And, in my story, his, like, first companion, his best friend from the start, is, Veronica. So basically, when Veronica comes with him to the tops, and he's like, go in there, you go get him, Tiger, And the courier's like, okay, and then he goes in there and he freaks out, and that's when Veronica's like, because, you know, him being on this, like, my name is Earl kick, where he wants to, like, take a second chance at life to, like, help people. Veronica's, like, so about that. She's like, yeah, dude, make the wasteland a better place. Good for you. I'm with you all the way, you know? So when he has the panic attack, that's when she's gonna be like, well, you know what? I bet there's a lot of people that need help from somebody like you around here. Why don't we go do that? And, like, he'll run around and I can't remember why, like, the first time he actually goes back to, no, I do, we'll get there in a second. When he goes back and talks to House and he's like, where's my platinum chip? What are you doing? And that's when the courier would have these awkward procrastinating conversations with Mr. House about why he hasn't done it yet. But he's basically on a journey toward, you know, self-actualization, autonomy, trying to figure out who he is if he's not following orders, which is obviously, if you've watched my content, that's a theme that is of interest to me, you know, and how he just can't handle the pressure of, like, oh, like I'm like this character, I just imagine it's so funny him being in Nellis and being like, oh, the boomers seem okay, and then seeing that mural that's like, and then Veronica's like, that's an opinion, you know, that they so he won the lottery. Yeah, he won the lottery. The only one that matters. I'm gonna look at Jadian for a second. I love that you said to replace the water chip thing. When I tell you about my other my original characters. Spicy's do. Thank you for your precious time. Yeah. Nice twist. I want a chance to play Benny. Oh my god, I love Benny so much. My heart. I love Benny. If you haven't seen my Benny and House video on my Dinztopia channel, I highly recommend it. You know, it's funny, like, you know, I talk shit about, you know, assholes like Steph and all of that, but there's Benny and House are bad guys. They're are not representative of my values at all, but I have so much love and, I guess, compassion, sympathy, words like that for those two characters. It's a kind of evil that I understand. Oh, I see where you're going with that through-line story, and it makes total sense. Even echoes the way my gameplay tends to go. This is off topic, but where did you get your chair? It was a gift. It's a Noble Chairs, I think is the company that makes it. But this chair was a fantastic surprise gift. It's really funny. The person that gave it to me before they did told me that they weren't going to be able to get it for me, and then they surprised me with it later. Anyway, so let's talk about the original characters. Okay, so the original idea before, like, a lot of that stuff was, I wanted to write a fucking lesbian story. I'm a lonely 40-year-old autistic lesbian adult, and I'm gonna disappear into this fantasy world. There's gonna be a lesbian love story in it because I can't fucking help myself. And the through line that's probably the best hook to introduce these characters is the three of them are basically, like, you know how in New Vegas, the Tops had no main act. It's one of those quests to go find talent to perform at the Tops. And if you are familiar with the All Roads comic book, then you know that the reason there was no headliner act at the Tops is because Benny killed him. Oh, Benny. And killed him for some pretty fucked up reasons, too. Watch my Benny and House video if you're not familiar with that story. So, according to my story, I had mentioned it was like a trilogy earlier. There's basically events that happen with these original characters. That's like part one. So that's like, and then part two starts with the, a little bit before Benny shoots the courier. So the prequel story, that's how I'll do this. I'll tell you the prequel story first. No. Maybe I should ask what you guys... Okay, would you guys rather know, like, what you're thrown into with these characters at the beginning of New Vegas first? Or do you want to hear about where they came from first? I will get your opinion. Shall I take a guess that your 76 tune is currently wearing Betty's outfit? You know what's so funny? Is I busted my ass. Like, it was almost like a daily errand to get enough, um, to get high enough on the scoreboard to get Benny's jacket. Like, I literally told a friend of mine that we were gonna do something, and I was like, not until I get Benny's jacket. And I put all this time, and I got it, and I got Benny's jacket, and then I still haven't worn it yet. I should have my ghoul wearing it for. Oh yeah, I didn't mention this earlier when we were listening to my song. So after I'm gonna change my like branding, I guess, like the intro outro situation on my videos after the season is done. What a good timing to do that. Like, I thought about doing it earlier, but now I'm like, we're coming up on the season finale, so this last episode, it'll be the last one that has the devil in camp thing, unless I hear back from the band. We'll see. Because I really do like that song, but I also, I have that cool original song. So, I was like, how about I take I've been diligently working on a new 76 camp that of course has the dinosaur, because now this is a running joke, right? The talking from, high and mighty in your dinosaur. Like, I think I've seen other people say it too. I think, is it Faye June? Is that who, what? No, maybe it's somebody else. There's somebody else who like makes a lot of references to the talking down from your dinosaur thing. And so I put that in the camp, and I found a really cool, I didn't find it, a YouTuber pointed it out to me, a cross section of, like of a road and a, train tracks. And so I made this cool, it almost looks like a little corner neighborhood of my camp, where there's like the building that has all like my shit in it, and then the dinosaur on one side, and then my farm on one side, and then Beckett's bar. I haven't talked about Beckett at all on stream, which is crazy, because I love, Beckett's probably my favorite 76 character, honestly. I'm a little bit hetero for Beckett. I had like an identity crisis, because he's a romance option, and I was like, fuck it, I can hit it's a video game. And then I was like, you're a gay ghoul, what are you talking about? I gave myself the ick. No, but actually Beckett is a good example of something I was talking about earlier with I was talking about John Connor from Terminator 2, and how like I think like when I was a kid I thought I had a crush on him, or Tristan Harris from Center for Humane Technology, how he was like my last hetero crush, because I hadn't like sorted out those feelings that I had about these guys weren't crushes. They were me seeing myself or idolizing. It was a role I wanted to be, not be with. Beckett hits those same notes. Beckett's, if you're not familiar with the character, he's like, he was a blood eagle. He was like a drug addict, piece of shit, blood eagle, which is like Raiders on crack, if you haven't played 76. And, he got off, it was like totally hooked on Buff Out, and he got clean of Buff Out, and then like broke away from, a shitty situation. And then the story is he wants to start a bar, and then you let him build his bar on your camp property. And so he has these like lines of dialogue when you're like walking by him. Well, he'll say something like I can't believe I'm finally doing this, or like one of my favorites is my dreams, they need to calm down, or like I thought he said, one of the things he says is I am doing exactly what I want to do with my life. How many people nowadays can say that? And all these ideas just really, really resonate with like where I'm at in life right now, or getting out of an abusive situation, taking a big chance on like a wild new situation, being on YouTube, doing like what I want to do, and editing videos for, content creators and things that I care about. And like a lot of the stuff he says is the stuff that I'm feeling in life right now. So I did his whole quest line, and I thought, okay, well now I'm done with Beckett, and I should, do another ally thing. And so I switched to Catherine, the alien investigator one. And also she's like a pretty girl, and I wanted to like get the ick out of my system after flirting with Beckett. But I'm just like, it's not the same. I wanted Beckett back. So that's why in my new intro sequence in my new camp, you'll see Beckett's bar, because I love him. I love him so much. If there's any straight females out there, give him some love. Romance the shit out of Beckett. He's a hot guy. I'm pretty sure. I'm not an expert on the subject, but I'm pretty sure he is. My romance lesbian fantasy is Majun and Barb! Oh my god, they're so cute. Majun and Barb are the best. I love the sneak side lesbian couple, And I feel like the vibe would have been different if it'd been a straight couple. I think they made the right move. There's something about old lesbian couple. It's a different vibe, and it's better for the show. Um, I like the Devil in Camp song too. I do too. We'll see what happens. I should have guessed Beckett would be your favorite. Really? Identity transference. Yeah. Is that the official term? Then yes, that's exactly identity disturbance. That's was what most of my life was like. Okay, now back to the fanfiction. Oh, did we decide? You want to know where they came from? Okay, so somebody put thrown in. Oh, so it's like 50-50? It's because they're a true Ride or Die fan. That's why we love them. Also, really relate to looking for lesbian themes in fiction. Please let us know when you publish your fanfic. I can't. That's one of the reasons I'm talking about it now, because I can't imagine when or how I will. Because earlier in the stream, I was talking about fiction is not my bag. I think this would work better as a comic, but I wouldn't want to do it AI generated. I'd have to find somebody to do it with me. If there's an artist that wants to, that like motivated, that I could like send them pages and then we could post it on my Instagram or something. Then let's talk. I think there's somebody, an artist, I don't know if that person's still here, that maybe I'll send them a message. We'll see how much you guys like the story, and also, if you bug me a lot, the more interest there is, the more dopamine I'll have for it. Okay, so I guess I'll kind of zigzag a bit. Okay, so the beginning of New Vegas, we have these trio of girls. They are triplets. They're the Maguire sisters. There actually is a real like Vegas lounge act called the Maguire Sisters. It's a sort of an homage. And they're triplets and they're identical, and they are now, they actually go by the Vault City Sisters, because guess where they're from? I've made some really fun pictures of them, because like with like basically these kind of 50s doo-wop dresses that like, but they look like Vault stuff, so it's like the blue and but they're dresses instead of the suits. I've had a lot of fun working on their costumes, and so they're the big act, and we know that Ruby. So the quick overview of the personalities, because they all look the same, but they have very different personalities. So first there is I'll start with least important to most important. The least important as far as they're all important, but as far as how big of characters they are in the movement of the story. First there's Eileen. Eileen is like the most neutral sort of vessel, like shock absorber. If they weren't triplets, she'd kind of be the oldest sister. She has the oldest sister energy of the three of them. Basically her younger sisters, even though they're not younger, the other two sisters are, have a lot of bickering and fighting and drama, and she kind of like runs interference, she's like the peacekeeper of the three. And then next one up would be Dottie. Dottie is the youngest sister who isn't youngest. She is Manic Pixie Dream Girl. Very like imagine like a hyperactive Marilyn Monroe. Like, how Marilyn Monroe was really sexy and she was a sex symbol, but she always kind of had this quality that like was almost childlike. Like she didn't know she was being sexy, really. She just was, and then that ended up being like her thing. That's kind of what Dottie is like. She's very vulnerable, very naive, very trusting, and basically is like the kind of girl that guys can take advantage of. And we're gonna come back to Dottie in a little bit, but she is very helpless, in a lot of ways. She's kind of like, if you watched Arcane, she's like what Powder was like before Jinx, but as an adult kind of a situation. And then that brings us to Ruby, the middle sister that's not middle, who would be kind of the Vi to Dottie's Powder. And Ruby is the star. Ruby is she's the reason they are in a singing group, is because, Dottie is the follower who's like totally, follows everything that Ruby does. And Eileen just has to keep the two of them from fighting. So they're really in a singing group because of Ruby. So Ruby is very fiery, intense, very bossy. and kind, passionate. She's a quote unquote good person, but she's very unconscious of the power and impact that she has over the other two. She's a little bit oblivious to that she's the one running the show. Because basically, like, Ruby would turn to the other two and be like, you guys want to be singers, right? And they'll be like, yeah. And so she thinks, oh, we're all in this together, when she doesn't realize the power dynamic that she has over the other two. Because she's the most sure of who she is and what she wants. And that's what kind of happens, you know, the person who is the most certain of who they are and what they want. And if other people are just kind of want to be agreeable and keep the peace and don't really know what they want to do yet, they end up following because there's like nothing else to do, you know? So the idea of so now they are the main act at the tops. Now they are from Vault City, obviously. So they had a journey, a road trip. And that is what the first story is the road trip of how and why they got from Vault City to the Strip. And we actually kind of skip a section, like that story ends, they end up at the Atomic Wrangler first. And then they audition, basically, and ended up getting the job and moving on to the Strip. So that leads us to who's the lesbian love interest character. The lesbian love interest character is... But before I go into that, I said I was going to come back to Dottie. Dottie, some of you are going to hate me for this, but Dottie is a love interest. There's a love story ish. It's complicated between Dottie and, wait for it, Benny. Benny is a problem for Dottie. Dottie is a problem for Benny. So, and like, you know, I was kind of like touching on this when I was like, this is the kind of girl that guys can take advantage of. Yeah. And knowing what you now know about Ruby, how do you think Ruby is going to feel about Benny and Dottie? Overprotective, bossy, overbearing. What do you think Benny thinks of Ruby? So, yeah. So, basically, the dynamic there is, Benny's actually weirdly gentlemanly with Dottie. He's not actually, like... his reaction to her whole thing is like almost like, you know, the way that you would react to, you know, a teenager. Like, she's like a child, but he's like, oh god, don't look at her like that, because she'll just be like, oh, it's hot, and he's like, oh my god. Like he actually crosses the line for Benny. Like, he feels like, because if you think about it, you know, you might think like, oh, Benny's the kind of guy who would take advantage, but honestly, if you think about it, look at the girl that he took advantage of to get Yes Man. She wasn't a pushover. She wasn't innocent. She wasn't dumb. In fact, she was kind of like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like she's actually kind of headstrong. And so I think he felt a little bit less guilty. He was embarrassed about it. He was embarrassed about taking advantage of Emily Ortal. He kind of cringes talking about that, you know? And so it just, when I was picturing the way he would react to this girl, especially if she really, really liked him, which she does. This is the thing about Dottie is, because the story kind of unpacks it, but she's naive and trusting, but she also sees good in people that is there that other people don't see. Like, there is a weird genius. Dottie is not stupid. I made a really big, another thing about Dottie, they all kind of have their, like, special skills, you know, because I wanted to do the Scuba Gang thing. I kind of skipped over this when I was talking about Eileen. Eileen is the robotics expert, because Eileen is kind of a little bit autistic coded, peacekeeper, absorbing of everybody else's energy. She doesn't really feel like she's a part of, like, she doesn't really direct her own life. She just does what Ruby wants, and she loves her sisters, and she wants them to be happy. But she really just likes to kind of sit in the dark and work on stuff and tinker, you know. Ruby's talent is obviously the high charisma skill. So like Eileen would be like a high intelligence skill. And Dottie's is actually high agility, I think I would say. Her talent skill is she's a really good actor. a part of that, you know, vulnerability and absorbing everybody's energy is she can impersonate people. And you can imagine if you have a gift for impersonating people and you happen to know two other human beings that look exactly like you, that might be a plot relevant thing. So she will go into rooms, and if she needs to, even just to get people to take her more seriously, just pretend to be Ruby, you know, and talk like Ruby and act like Ruby, and get things that she wants that if she was being herself she wouldn't be able to get. So now we can go into the lesbian romance character. Of course, this is the Mask. This is another autistic coded character. And I took a big swing with this because I was like, I thought that, I'm like, I'm making the courier kind of a doofus, so maybe it's like not that big a deal that I take this leap with this character. But Smug is the character's name, is from the Commonwealth, from Boston, from Diamond City. I believe I checked the dates, and it should still work out that Diamond City should be there. The synth issue was not, because this was before Broken Mask, so it would have been ghouls were what everybody hated and what everybody was prejudiced against. And when Smug was a kid, basically she made friends with a ghoul and like smuggled stuff out to him. This is kind of beginning the name Smug is sort of a pun and double entendre because she's a smuggler, a traitor. I mean, she's a traitor for most of the time, and also has the sort of dry autistic, sounds arrogant all the time sort of personality. Writing scenes of her debating House, such a joy, because she's another one. She's like him and can think and negotiate with him, and that's where she ends up becoming a big deal in her relationship with the courier. Because remember, the courier is kind of mousy and can't really stand up for himself, is kind of a follower. So she kind of teaches him how to assert his value. And this is one of my favorite, this is like, I think one of the core things about the story that makes it exciting for me to write is her being a traitor and him being a courier, and the difference between those two things. A courier is paid by somebody else to deliver a box from point A to point B. He doesn't pay attention to what's in the box. He doesn't ask questions about what's in the box. Other people, the people giving and receiving the things that he is delivering, understand the value of what he's carrying. And Smug gets very smug about that, talking to the courier. And you can see why this story would end with Lonesome Road, probably, if you're reading between the lines. Basically, he's like, we're paid to bring people shit. What's the difference? And she's like, the difference is I always know what I'm carrying and you never do. And what an important difference that is. She's like, if you knew what the fuck you were carrying, you wouldn't be like in this weird relationship with Mr. House and you wouldn't have gotten shot in the head. You know, she's like, you didn't know what was in the box. If you had known, that shit wouldn't have happened to you. You know, it still behooves you to know what you're carrying. But you always just push, you know, because he's kind of a coward. She's like, you just push the you push the blame to somebody else, you know? And can you see how, like, with the kind of themes I talk about, like why my story would go like this? Okay, so now we can kind of backtrack to like the prequel story a little bit. So Smug's story is she's from Diamond City, and then she you know, thinks that for living in the apocalypse, I'm so fortunate that I live here. And then she makes friends with this ghoul and is like, well, this is stupid. This is like and it's like an old man ghoul, a really wise old ghoul that she ends up being friends with. And then something happens. The guards find her friend, and not only does she see her friend get mowed down, but her own mother, is the person is like, it's a ghoul, and she watches her mother be like relieved and happy after this innocent, good, smart, intelligent person got killed. And she just flips out. She's just like, this isn't my home. This isn't my people. This isn't wherever I belong. It is not here. And then she basically Forrest Gumps her way across the wasteland for the next following, like, I don't know, I think it was like 3 years or something that I said that it takes her to get across. Oh, she hides out a little bit in, this is actually an important part of the story, I shouldn't skip it. After she leaves Diamond City, before she decides to go on her pilgrimage, she hides out in Good Neighbor. You know, she's a friend of the ghouls, you know? And according to my story, I looked into it, and this should still be possible. Even though this is however many years before Fallout 4, Magnolia is there at the third rail in this time lane. So as far as I know, I can still get away with that, especially because Magnolia is kind of implied to be a little bit older. I know the actress is a little bit older, so that I don't think that Hancock would be there yet. Actually, maybe he would be, because he took the drug that turned him into a ghoul, I think, in 2077, the same year as Fallout 3. So I think he actually would be. But he's not in my story, so I just kind of went on a tangent. Maybe he should be. I should look up if he would have been there. I want, like, that's one of the reasons why the story will never get written, is because I really care about making these details work. So, Magnolia is, like, one of Smug's, like, first friends. From, like, probably the only person back home that she would have had any connection to. And Magnolia had recorded a holotape. They figured out how to record a holotape of her songs. So as a gift to Smug before she leaves, she gives her this tape that has her songs on it, and knowing, like, you know, if Smug's gonna go across the wasteland, they're probably gonna have to sell whatever they have, so chances are, like, her being able to hang on to this thing, and Smug being autistic is honest about that. And basically Magnolia's like, okay, make me a promise, get this tape as far across the wasteland as you possibly can before you sell it to the right person, you know? I want to see, like it's like a kind of a chain letter game. If you're, like, really gonna go, get this tape as far out as you can. Guess where Smug ends up taking this tape, if you've been following the story so far. Just so happens there's this trio of singers in Vault City that she will eventually cross paths with. So she gets to, you know, basically on all of her journeys. But what's important to note about the cross-country journey is it has made her an absolute expert on what things are worth in the wasteland. Like, she has, like, this computer encyclopedia brain. She knows who's lacking what, who needs what, how rare things are. She's a fucking ledger encyclopedia, and she's been collecting data about everything and everyone that she meets. And in a way, like, this character could kind of have what the Ghoul has in the show, and now 76, is because we know he was around for 200 years, and so, like, and we know that he's been traveled all over the place. So the Ghoul, similarly to this character, I could basically retcon and say that she knew about this or knew about that. And similar to the Ghoul, I actually had she has a thing that she is terrified of vaults. Terrified. She, like, won't go in. It's like a phobia. So there's all sorts of things that she has experience with, but this is very important. So when she gets to Vault City, by the time she gets to Vault City, she now works for the Crimson Caravan. Because this whole time that she's been, like, going across the wasteland, what she really wanted was a home. You know, like, basically it's like me, Maximus, and Smug kind of have this in common, right? Where she feels really deeply betrayed by Diamond City after seeing what happened and the way that they treat ghouls. And is trying to find somewhere in this fucking wasteland that she can just stop moving and park it and, like, live a life. That's what she actually really wants, is to stop moving. But she will not stop moving until it is the right place. You know, she refuses, like, she hates living on the road like that. But she has this skill that makes her able to have mobility and always be able to trade and always be able to make money. It's, like, probably the most useful skill you could really have in the wasteland other than shooting people. You know? And so she always lands on her feet, but she really wants to find a place, right? and to be loved, to have a family, the same thing I say everybody wants. And when she gets to Vault City, so now let's go to Vault City and talk about what's going on with these sisters. If you are connecting the dots and you're familiar with lore, you may have already guessed that these are not triplets, they are clones. They are clones. Vault City is all about, artificially manufacturing people. So the idea behind these three girls, and this is also why they are so kind of quirky and neurodivergent, is they were an experiment. Basically, their mother suggested neurodivergent. I'm thinking like an ADHD situation. She's very doesn't fit in. Her mother didn't really fit in, didn't really have much of a place, wasn't very well liked, very strange woman. I'm constantly in my head changing my mind of what actor I think should play. I mean, for the sisters, Ruby Cruz. That's why the main one's name is Ruby. That's instantly all my AI pictures are Ruby Cruz. That's Ruby Cruz is the sisters. If you don't know who she is, look it up. I don't want to go on too much of a tangent. Smug is currently uncast. I pictured Terminator Mackenzie Davis for a while, but I'm it's too many white people in the story. Oh yeah, the courier, Lakeith Stanfield. Lakeith Stanfield, through and through. That is my courier. My nervous. He's an actor that I have a really intense emotional sort of connection to. He stirs up a lot of emotions in me. And so the sisters. So there's the mom, who was, and so basically there was an experiment, to basically they wanted to make, leaning that superhuman genetic sort of direction, not like a super mutant, but an ideal person, the most beautiful, smart, capable, superhuman that isn't gross looking, they wanted to, so they, and their mother sort of offered herself because she didn't really have, a place where she fit in, to basically have this purpose, to be liked and to be respected, to be the person who carries this experiment to term, these girls. And what's kind of funny about this idea is that the sisters are, they're triplets because it's basically there were redundancies because it's an experiment. That's why they're triplets, is because they were 3 tries at the same of the manifestation of these genetics. And so the girls come out and they're beautiful and they're smart, but they're not the geniuses they were supposed to be. They're just kind of neurodivergent. They're just kind of turned out, they're fine. They're cute. But because there was a lot of hullabaloo and a lot of hype around them, they were still kind of famous. They're just still kind of born famous. Especially because their mom, because this is her purpose for being, really wanted to hype up that they were a big deal. And this sort of attention and entitlement and narcissism is what sort of mutated into them becoming this singing group, the Vault City Sisters, the prize of Vault City, almost like this little kind of royalty thing, but there's huge imposter syndrome underneath it all, which is why Ruby's constantly chasing more attention and is no, we have to be better. We have to, our dances have to be perfect. Our songs have to be perfect. There was and then the other sisters kind of going along with it. There's a lot of pressure and there was a lot of kind of embarrassment that they were supposed to be this big deal and they were just pretty girls. So, I'm gonna stop and read chat for a second and then I'll keep going. I totally think that Moldaver and Lucy had a thing. And it's not just lesbian wishful thinking, there's a vibe. She's Lucy. Is Dottie Lucy? Lucy has a stronger, Lucy's a little bit less manic pixie dream girl. I think Marilyn Monroe is really the vibe that I keep thinking of. Never changed the deal. No names. Never opened the package. Yeah. Eats popcorn. This is juicy. I would read this and feel guilty because one of my kids has a fanfic of his game in one of those sites and is apparently popular and I haven't read it. Maybe it's weird to read a kid's fanfiction though. Hancock, the Fahrenheit girl, is a good side character too. This well thought out story makes me wish I hadn't let art skills rust. I am poorly juggling too many things to volunteer, but I hope you don't give up on this. There was somebody else that I think specifically talked to me. I think she was in chat earlier. That I don't know. We'll see what happens. So so the sisters are like these, but you know, obviously knowing the direction that this is going, Ruby is gay. And I think you can basically imagine Ruby's gay love life sort of operating like, you know, somebody grew up in like a religious community. In Fallout 2, let's just say there's like a line of dialogue that suggests that there could be homophobia going on, but then they don't really explore it that much. But like you can hit on a girl from Vault City, and if you're a guy, you can hook up with her, and if you're a girl, she turns you down. And then your character, if you're a female, can be like, oh, I see that bigotry is alive and well in Vault City, or whatever. But that isn't clear if Vault City is actually bigoted, or if your character is just being a defensive dick. But it was enough that it doesn't break lore for me to say that, like, you know, she kind of would have these kind of affairs and hookups and stuff, but she couldn't actually. So there's like all this attention on her and all this privilege and power, but she can't actually be herself. And she's like basically got it really fixed in her head that she's got to get out of this city. But she doesn't really have any value or any family or any friends without the other two sisters, because that's their act. It's the three of them. And I talked to you guys at the very beginning of this about how they're kind of set up to follow her no matter what she wants to do. And then without like just full on telling the story beat by beat, there's an altercation and there's a conflict with the mom that really makes the other sisters be like, maybe we should figure out a way to get out of here. So if you've played Fallout 2, you might be familiar that outside, because, you know, Vault City is very elitist and, you know, very isolationist, I guess is the word. Like, it's kind of a thing you have to get, like, citizenship in the game. But if you are one of the common folk, the plebs, and you want to trade with Vault City, then you hang out in the courtyard outside. That's where the ruffians and the traders hang out. So in my story, we have, by this point, Smug now works for the Crimson Caravan, which is the closest to a home that she's ever had since Diamond City. Like, she's still traveling all the time and doing the job that she's good at, but she's been with this outfit for a while. She's very close friends with Ringo, which becomes important in the fanfiction. Basically, Ringo is the connection of how Smug ends up connecting with the courier, because Ringo is perfectly positioned to bring it to Smug's attention that Smug, who by that point hates Benny with a fiery burning passion, because Benny and his girlfriend are constantly fighting, and basically is really suspicious, basically worried about Ruby's safety, especially after what happened to the singer. So like Smug thinks that Benny is like a serious problem, and Ringo's like, I happen to know this guy who is just as mad at Benny as you are, and he just helped me take out a whole slew of powder gangers and got everybody in town to fight these powder gangers to get me out of there and back to the caravan. I loved how that tied together. That's my favorite things in the story, with these things that like just tie together. But just to wrap up what happens in Vault City is, you know, Ruby wants to get out and be gay. Smug is a really hot lesbian. And also Smug is not only a trader that she could hitch a ride with, but also is home based in Vegas. And Ruby has completely romanticized Mr. House in New Vegas. Like, she actually has access to stories of Mr. House and the original, like the fact that New Vegas is still there and intact, and there are casinos where she could perform and be a star. Oh my god, she has to go. She has to. How is she gonna, like, so the way that she ends up meeting Smug, because of course they're like in their cute little dresses and they're shopping among the traders, you know, walking around the courtyard, and somebody comes up to them and is like, hey, I have this special product that is just for you. It is your destiny for you to have this thing. This isn't Smug doing this, by the way. This is somebody else from the caravan who's like, this tape, this holotape was recorded on the other side of the fucking wasteland in the Commonwealth, a singer named Magnolia. These are new songs. These aren't old world radio songs. These are songs by a new artist in the wasteland. And this is the only tape. And when she gave us this tape, she said she wanted this tape to go to the right people, as far away from the Commonwealth as possible. Here we are in California. And then there's you, the famous Vault City Sisters. You need to buy this tape. It was made for you. And of course, Ruby's like, oh, star in the eyes. But like, Eileen is like, this sounds like salesman stuff. Like, how on earth could we possibly verify that? Come on. We've been, privileged and had money in Vault City our whole lives. And this is the courtyard full of swindlers. There's no way. And that is when Smug is going to step forward and be like, I'm from Diamond City. I collected that tape myself. What he's saying is the truth. And then, Ruby is like, oh, and then sparks fly and all of that. And so basically after, she has this sort of awkward court, because of course Ruby's going to be like super forward and Smug is autistic, and like Smug's basically like, this cannot be real life, kind of, because she's kind of ghoulified, like the ghoul in that way. Like, this girl like could actually like me, this rough, wasteland dyke. Like, this isn't a thing that happens in real life. I don't believe it. This is a con. But they end up, forming this sort of relationship, this sort of a rapport, that you can kind of imagine was something like something there that wasn't there before, a musical number from Beauty and the Beast. Smug is not nice, and Ruby has no, like, her privileged brain has no tolerance for not being able to like charm and like get this person, and that makes it like almost like a trauma bond carrot chase sort of thing, until eventually, like, after knowing that this caravan is going to go back to New Vegas, and her like kind of putting house on a pedestal and really wanting to live there, and Smug is always like, it's not that great, she kind of, it's really similar to how the ghoul talks about Robert House, like when Lucy's like, maybe your family is safe in if Vegas was protected, maybe your family is safe there. And the ghoul is like, nobody's safe with Robert House, is pretty much how Smug's reaction is. But, but from Ruby's perspective, it's like, okay, well, if it's so terrible, why are you home based there? You went the whole way across the wasteland and you parked it there. And she's like, well, I'm not really parked there. It's not, yeah, and she really wants to go. And, it basically gets to the point where the only way that Ruby could possibly convince Smug to take them to Vegas is to trade. She basically has to trade for her room and board. And this is where it gets really funny. And this is where my story and Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 and the TV show all tie together. If anybody's familiar with Fallout 2, what is an item that Vault City has in abundance that is highly valuable and people will pay top cap for in other contexts in other parts of the wasteland? If your answer to that question is water chip, you are correct. This is kind of a great joke from Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, is that in Fallout 1, your whole story is about trying to find the water chip that got broken, that got destroyed. And now there's a lot of stuff going on in the show involving the busted water chip from Vault 33, and they even had the thing with the Vault Tech meeting where he's like, we have to decide who runs out of water. This is very suggestive of 1 and 2, because in 1, it's like, there's this one water chip, it's broken, and you have to go find a new one. There's no backups. Meanwhile, in Fallout 2, when you go to Vault City, you find out that they have 1 million of them just lying in the vault underneath the city. There's like they have a copious amounts of them. So, when Ruby is like, I can get you a water chip, and then in return, we can we come with you to Vegas? And that arrangement is made, and then the bulk of the prequel story is the road trip of these three privileged princesses going across the wasteland with the Crimson Caravan. And there's another plotline in New Vegas that is set up during this prequel story. That is the Smug side of the story. Is that they are unknowing. See, I talk about, the thing that Smug is so proud of, that they know what they're carrying and what it's worth. Well, they got caught up in a deal that she was not okay with oh my god, his name escapes me, but you may remember that there was like a piece of shit sort of Brahmin Baron guy that was like running the Vegas branch of the Crimson Caravan. And you may also remember that he was afraid of the Omertas, that a deal went wrong with the Omertas. That was basically, my story explains what was going on there. And long story short, there's the quest line, basically everything that goes on at the Gamora with the Omertas, the Operation Racket. Basically, according to my fanfiction story, the reason why the Crimson Caravan guy had a falling out with the Omertas was because he was involved with shipping weapons for Operation Racket, and he was sneaking Operation Racket weapons into the Strip through the Crimson Caravan. And this is Smug not knowing what she was carrying. And she doesn't and they don't know what's in the box. And then what sort of makes that turn is after Smug takes the sisters, and she ends up making a deal with the Atomic Wrangler. And so they go to Freeside and they drop off the girls at the Atomic Wrangler, and that's the end of that part of the story. And then when they go to Mick and Ralph's, that's when they find out from Mick and Ralph's, the Omertas aren't buying guns anymore. I don't know what's going on. They don't buy guns anymore. And I think she knew that the Omertas were involved because that's like where they're taking whatever's in the box, right? So the Omertas aren't buying guns anymore, and they don't know what's in this box. Smug, being clever, puts two and two together and ends up finding out that they are smuggling all these weapons, and basically, without knowing it, would have been complicit in this uprising against Mr. House, which she didn't fucking sign up for that. So I'm already going on and on too long, but long story short, this ends in an action scene. It culminates in a big action moment where the Crimson Caravan ends up selling Smug to the Omertas. And basically the closest thing that Smug has had to a home, basically, like, she basically selling, because the Omertas are just gonna like, oh shit, you guys are aware of Operation Racket, we're just gonna blow you all away and take the guns, bye. Not worth the loose end. And basically, in a deal to save everybody else in the caravan, they give up Smug. And Smug at first is like, kind of has a little bit naive at first. Is like, once I break free of this, that they'll take me back. But then I talked about how she's friends with Ringo, and basically when that conversation is had, it's like, no, you have to stay with the Omertas, because if you come back and you work for the caravan again, that puts everybody in too much danger. Basically, like, they, sorry, good luck, but you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And now Smug, like, works for the mob on the Strip as a smuggler. Not a life she chose, not a life she wants. And at first and by now, over time, like, it's kind of implied a few months have passed, and now the sisters that she brought over are now, and that's where the New Vegas section of the story starts, is they're singers at the tops, and Ruby is constantly fighting with Benny. They don't get along at all. Is constantly trying to get her sister to not talk to Benny. Eileen is shock absorbing all of that. And Ruby felt like she like fell in love with this girl on the road who just disappeared and never talked to her again. And she doesn't know how to contact her or where she is or if they're ever going to talk again. And basically Ruby waits for, and Smug kind of, and this is very typical autistic thing. She's like, I don't want to bother Ruby with this, you know, I don't want her to be involved in, you know, shady Omerta goings on, totally underestimating the fact that she was actually hurting Ruby more by not sending word of some sort. So, at this point, Smug is like devoted to how the fuck do I get out of this situation with the Omertas? And, Ruby's attitude is like, we've made it. This is Mr. House's Vegas. He's got complete control over everything. You traveled the wasteland looking for a home. Maybe this is it. Maybe we just make this work. You know? Maybe you don't have to keep moving and looking for the next thing. Maybe this is the most secure that we can expect. You know? And, basically, but since, Smug hasn't given up on betraying the Omertas, she doesn't want the relationship to be open. And that really triggers Ruby, especially with all that gay trauma. Like, I don't want to have this secret affair in the Atomic Wrangler. I want to be in a couple in public, you know? I don't want to do this secret thing. Let's just park it here, make this our lives, and just make it work with the Omertas somehow. Or also, you know, keep in mind that Ruby has sort of romanticized Mr. House this whole time because that's going to be important. But on these sordid affair Atomic Wrangler visits, Ruby starts opening up to Smug about their Benny problem and how, you know, she finds out what happened, that the previous singer was killed, and that she's worried about the moves he's making on her sister. And also, she, because all the time that Benny, like, leaves the Tops and is, like, you know, traveling across the wasteland, basically everything happens in the All Roads comic book, and, you know, Ruby's still there at the bar, and there's, like, rumors, you know, people are like, you know, Benny disappeared for a while. Like, she starts to pick up that, you know, like, the Emily Artal thing would be happening during all of this. You know, she starts to pick up that he's, not only, a problem for her personally, but he might actually be making moves against the Strip and possibly Mr. House. You know, that, and now Smug is invested because, honestly, a lot of it is just love for Ruby. Because Ruby's, career and her life, and she has this mad respect for Mr. House, and Ruby doesn't really have anything else to care about, you know, which is another reason why, you know, I mean, like, basically the reason why Smug wants to keep the relationship a secret is because she doesn't want the relationship to put Ruby in danger. So then around this time is when Ringo is gonna be coming down from Good Springs and tell her about this guy. And then Smug is gonna see this guy, the courier, waltz into the Lucky 38 like he owns the place. And then after, like, so what ends up happening is, I guess to kind of skip around, because I'm like, you know, I can't, like, break down the entire story, is, so the courier, is now, like, basically working for Mr. House, and Smug and the courier have a, shared interest, and the quest where the courier and Smug meet is, Bye Bye Love. It's when the courier, doing his do-gooder thing, helps rescue Joanne, or helps Joanne escape from Gamora to run off with the guy, with the other Omega guy, the one that's in Vault 21. And basically Smug intercepts this, because Smug works for the Omertas. But basically Smug lets him kind of get away with it, and they basically make a deal. where Smug is like, I won't tell any of the Omertas about what happened here, and if you take me in to talk to Mr. House. And, so according to the rules of my fanfiction world, you're allowed to bring people up. Victor can fuck off. I'm kind of imagining, like, Smug sort of bursting in through the door. Like, Courier goes in there first and starts talking and is like, I know I'm not supposed to bring people in here. So Smug is going to basically negotiate with House. And this is what Smug offers and what Smug wants. We've already established that Benny gives the Courier anxiety attacks. So he's like, can't get fucking close to the Platinum Ship. Smug can, though. Smug is friends with the Vault City Sisters, who are up and close and personal with Benny all the time. And one of them has this, like, flirty, love interest weird thing with Benny, and could probably very easily be in a room alone with him. So Smug, this is where we're going into the how my fanfiction characters change the events of the story. So, and House is like, I do not want to expand this little outfit. Like, trusting one person is enough. But I told you, like, the big difference in this story is it becomes a Scooby Gang thing. It's not like just the Courier. And this is sort of the origins of that. And what does House want more than anything else? To know everything, right? And this is somebody who has been traveling across the entire wasteland, logging and paying a lot of attention to what is going on with everybody everywhere. Information that House does not have access to. Also, it's all kind of written in her own sort of code, so he needs her to even understand the data. And so what does she negotiate for in return for, I will get you your Platinum Chip, and I will give you all this information. What she wants is ghoul rights. I mentioned earlier that her big trauma is watching the ghoul get killed, and then when she gets adopted by the Omertas, Gamora is the only place that ghouls are working on the strip. And Smug is basically going to make the argument, you keep saying you want progress, and that you want this to, like, not be, but you don't and that you hate slavery, which he does. That's why he didn't want Caesar's Legion. It's like, okay, you say you're against slavery, but you have ghouls working in the Gamora making caps, but they're not allowed to walk down the street? Like, why is it that ghouls are okay as sex objects in the Gamora, but they're not protected as citizens like the human population is? And so basically he's like, let my ghoul people go, because that was like one of the big hangups of why she couldn't see the strip the way that Ruby does, is the ghoul issue. And House, being a man of progress and logic, and the fact that she has very genuine things that he values to offer, the deal is made, and the Scooby Gang sort of rolls out from there. So that, it pretty much satisfies, I'm been going on, it's now, we're approaching like 5 hours, and I definitely should go to bed. But, basically this story arc weaves through a bunch of quests. And here's the most random thing I will throw out here, something that you would not expect. The character that steps in to make sure that Grandma Lily is not experimented on up in Jacobstown is Benny. Benny is in Jacobstown in this story. And I love that, because it's the most random fucking thing in the world. But I love, like, Benny in Jacobstown with the Courier is the most random clashing of characters. And also, like, oh man, there's so much stuff that happens. But that's probably as much as I can get in today. But it really does. But it sets up what I was trying to do with the story, the themes that I wanted to explore, and I got a lot of joy from plugging it into the events of the game in a way that makes sense. Like, I get so much joy out of that. Kind of eerie that I pictured the three sisters looking like Ruby Cruz even before oh, really? Huh? That's cool. Well, it might have been because there was a moment in one of my videos where I showed a picture. I think it was in the season 2 premiere, the hyped analysis of the season 2 premiere, when I'm talking about the filling the Vault 21 with concrete thing. Because in my fanfiction story, the Vault 21 concrete thing is the first moment, because Courier is like super loyal to House. He's like, he doesn't want to be worshipped as a king, blah, blah, blah. Like he is in Ruby are very like, Team House. Smug's like the suspicious one, but she's like, if he's the best we can do. The concrete thing was the first clue that makes the Courier go, maybe he's not right. But this is probably predictable. The high point of contention, especially since Veronica is one of like the first like main characters in the story, is the insistence on blowing up the Brotherhood of Steel. That is the moment the characters need to fucking make a call of what they're gonna do, and where shit starts to get really complicated, and where Benny does the I told you so dance. Oh yeah, so why is Benny, that's maybe one more thing I should explain. So how is Benny alive, and how is he a part of the team? That is because of Dottie. Basically, House takes a big liking to the girls, and especially because they love him, because they do what Ruby says, and Ruby loves him. And of course he like wants them to model in dresses and stuff, and I think it'd be a funny gag if he always wants them to proceed to the scanner, and and then like Courier's no proceeding to the scanner. Or actually, that would be Smug. It would be Smug would be like, no proceeding to the scanner. You don't know what he's gonna do with this AI copy of you. But like he ends up with sort of an affinity for them, and then when he starts to kind of catch that because House is going to use any opportunity to control anybody, and now he has this team that he has to keep under control, and Dottie provides an opportunity to control Benny. Like, basically Dottie saves him and makes sure that he doesn't get killed, and now they're like, he's basically sort of imprisoned, and of course Benny hates this. He's like, after everything I've been through, the last thing I wanted to do. But now Benny knows that he can't fucking Benny this up because it could hurt Dottie. And he cares about her. Fuck. He's like, I can't believe the old man has control of me again. And he'll be like trying to tell her like, you can't trust this guy. Like he will rot you from the inside out. And she's like, no, it's fine. He's so nice. He let me save you. See how it all ties together, the manipulation, And she's like, no, just if you can just be nice and not pick fights with Ruby, everything could be fine. And she's so sweet, and she loves him so much, and he is just fucked by this manipulative man again. And House kind of gets off on it a little bit, because House is mad. House is mad at Benny for what Benny did. And the fact that he can make him frame himself as this good guy, and that because if Benny was just trying to look out for himself, it'd be different, then he could take the risk and risk his own ass. But this girl is so innocent, and puts him in this weird position, and it's a great little dramatic clusterfuck. And I just love it. It's so comical. It is so comical for them to like have these meetings, with Arcade Gannon. Imagine Arcade Gannon sitting around the same table as Benny, deciding what they're gonna do. Because the Courier can't make any of his own decisions. He's like a doofus. Arcade and Benny's smartass remarks. Oh my god, it's so fun. Okay, I'm looking at the at chat again. Mothers have a very bad fate in Fallout lore. Just think of Flea Soup Lady, yeah. Or Trudy with her drug-addicted son from, yeah. Yeah! I forgot about that one. Or Sean's mother. Carl from the show can check. I would like to hear your ideas of what if the show decides to travel across the United States. I would not be, I think now at this stage in the story, I don't think they're going to go yet, but I could totally see, they've really teased the Commonwealth, and I could see them going to Diamond City. I would fucking freak out if Nick Valentine was on the TV show. I'd be like, seriously, Fallout TV show? You're gonna give us, you're gonna give me Mr. House and give me a heart attack, and then you're gonna give me Nick Valentine, my other favorite character? And wouldn't it be cool to see the special effects in a TV show of Nick Valentine? That'd be so cool. Talk about that makeup day. Okay, it's time for me. I gotta get some sleep. Fanfic sounds really good, Lindsay. I really hope you write it or make it. Yeah. It's like, especially saying all the ideas again. I really like them. Okay, the story, improving your screenwriting tendencies. Very well done. Explained. I hope the AI data mines don't steal this from you. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty involved. It'd be pretty impressive. All right. So on that note, thank you everybody for hanging out. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night, and probably play some Disco Elysium. Thank you for going on this journey with me. That was fun to finally get all of that. And maybe if I ever do anything with the story and I don't want to spoil a bunch of stuff, I'll go into the VOD and cut all of that out. But just in case I never do, now you get to see all the ideas. We'll see if anybody in the comments of the VOD also wants to see it become a thing. All right. Stay cool, ferals. Until next time.